Let it be.
Ew, sounds like a loser. You need better friends. Let's go, Dax! So? Also, apparently you're muted.
What? Why am I muted?
Can we appreciate the fact that we started with this and it just looked like to chat that I was saying like, wow, that looks like a loser. You need better friends. Like with a zero fucking context to what you were saying. Oh. Oh, what a gift.
Chat, I want to let you know I was making sure I was nice, I was all set up, I was excited because I'm having Reina here tonight, and I forgot one thing! How the fuck are you the only one muted, V? So the actual answer is, so I have a different mic for when, you know, we're doing the cocktail streams because I need to be up and walking around and moving. Discord was trying to capture that mic, but it's currently off in a bag somewhere. So, or Discord? OBS. So, that's how I fucked it up, Dante. Oh, shit.
So fucking funny, though. What a way to start.
I know. Yeah, there's a Dax, you're right. There's a reason why the muted emote exists. If I had a dime. Hi, Reina. How we doing?
A great idea. A muted emote is fantastic. And I'm good. I'm good. I needed that laugh. Fuck.
Good. I'm glad.
Oh, my goodness.
I'm not gonna redo the greeting. Hi, everybody. Welcome on in, and welcome to the return of the Fallen Confession stream. Hi, Switch. How we doing, hun? Mods, shout out that raccoon. Holy shit. Welcome on in, everybody. So, it's been a hot moment since we've been in this confessional booth, hasn't it? Fallen Confession Celebrity Edition. It kinda is a celebrity edition, especially because we have such a wonderful person here for our first return of it. So, currently right now... What was that?
Celebrity.
Excuse me! Everybody knows and loves and should support the one, the only Reina the Mouse.
I sure am here. Hello.
The cool and cute mouse captain is a celebrity. I agree, Dante. I agree. Type 1 if you know and or like Reina. Yeah, you know what, chat? Do that. Type 1 if you know or like Reina right now.
I'm sure inflate my ego, why don't you? That's what a captain needs.
Listen, pirate captains
get too big for their boots.
Pirate captains should have a fucking ego. What's the point of being a pirate if you're not a little bit flamboyant about it?
Oh, flamboyancy was never up for debate.
Oh my gosh. Alright, so... real quick chat, just as a quick reintroduction to what we are doing here. This is my confessional booth here in the Hollowed, and this is our Fallen Confessions. Originally, it was more of a Twitch submission confessional booth. I'm still planning on doing something with chat submissions, but that's getting reworked into something different. So, for what this is, I have retooled it to now bring on guests and kind of ask questions of them to confess to different things, and kind of talk one-on-one in a, I guess the closest thing would be like podcast interview style kind of way, but under the whole veil of this being a confessional booth. And I figured, who best to bring in here but Reina?
I got a lot to confess to, I'm not gonna lie, so...
Exactly. The pirate captain. Pirates, they are up to shenanigans. They do a lot of...
Forgive me, Varendell, for I have sinned. It has been never since my last confession.
Never.
I think I'm severely overdue.
Well, you know, I can't help... This confession will not help you get back upstairs, but it can help you get into the Hollowed. So, welcome on
I'll
in.
take it.
So, real quick, Reina. And, because I definitely... This is the first time I've asked you this today, and we haven't been, like, talking before we went live. We just both walked in here right now. How are you doing, Reina?
I'm good. I'm good. I actually did the thing where I touched grass and got fresh air of the mountain variety recently. So
Hell
you'd think
yeah!
being a sky pirate, I'd get enough outside air time, but no, there's a lot less touching grass than you'd think. And the amount of times I slipped, I was definitely touching it at high velocity. So you know, it was good. I needed it.
I mean, to be fair, there is less air up in the sky. When you think about it, you're not getting as
True.
much fresh air. And when was the last time you've seen grass in the sky?
Yeah, I mean, there was the one time where we saw like what we thought was moss in the galley, but that's a whole different time. That's for the confessions of my cleaning crew. But no, but yeah, and usually, while this time around I got to be in some mountains and enjoying a nice, cool, refreshing breeze. When you're dealing with wind as a sky pirate, usually it's, ah, fuck, there's wind.
Mm-hmm. Lo and behold, turbulence, not fun.
Yeah, if it's at your back, awesome, you're having a great time. Every other time, it's heckin' windy, and we're all kind of just hoping for the best.
Mm-hmm. As a being with, you know, wingies, I feel you on not liking wind being anywhere but at my back.
Yep. It's very much as so long as it is working in your favor. Awesome. We love that high flying winds. Other times, oh god, we're going right into a storm cloud. Especially where I'm at. I'm between sea to sky, so I have to deal with the tumultuous amount of rain on a couple of different levels right now. So
Christ.
the crew's been a little damp, but they've been very kind about it.
It steals our hats. But I still, don't get me started. I used to own 3 pirate hats. I have lost 1 to the fucking wind, and I'm very upset about it.
Yeah. People wonder why I favor a headband. This is why.
Alright, but if you were to wear a pirate hat instead of the headband, bicorn or tricorn?
Oh, I actually have a picture of the kind that I would have. 1 second.
Alrighty. Hi, Kibo. Thank you for the resub. Real quick, I didn't realize this when I was setting up who's, you know, standing where. I love how, where I positioned both you and me in this confessional booth, I get Mike Wazowski'd by my sub alerts.
You do? I was wondering if that was actually on purpose, but it's kind of hilarious. Like, look, Ma, there's me. I'm on TV.
Intended? No. Keeping it because it's funny?
Great.
Definitively.
Oh, gosh. All right, let me see.
Chat, for the low price of 5 USD, you too can block my ugly face. I had my pirate hat stolen. Aww!
So, I have sent you the picture. It is definitely one you probably don't want to throw up on your screen. However, those are for other sin confessions. But that is essentially the base hat style I'm going for, because I like the build for it. I think it's got a nice like curve to it, and I think it complements the roundness of my ears.
Mm-hmm. And it not only complements the roundness of the ears, but also it positions it well, because obviously with like any model that has animal ears, the question on how do ear fit through hat is always there, and I feel like this one complements it well, because the answer's just obvious.
Yes, exactly. Thank you.
I don't have the money for that. Mario, I'm getting you a hat. Cute angel spotted. Cute orc spotted.
Oh my god, is that my Bork?
Yeah, that is your Bork.
My Bork, my baby Bork. But yeah, I've told my crew there's no shame in like I have a supply in the lower areas of my ship specifically for attaching little chin straps to your hats. There's no shame. Trust me. Do you think this massive amount of hair and these ears aren't hiding like a couple of clips to keep some shit in place? I would lose way too many accessories if that weren't the case. My big hair is for purpose, not just fashion.
Now, question: how many knives are hidden in the hair?
Oh, I guess it depends on your classification in knife because
Do you stab person with it?
well, that's the thing. I have a couple of pin swords in there that are tucked in amongst the bangs that could very easily be considered a variant of dart and or knife. Uh Otherwise it's, you know, hope you'll never have to find out.
Noted. Writing that down. Do not piss off Reina. And the ever
Oh, and
important
lady, of course,
cheese knife.
I am never without my cheese knife. It's used both on the food and on terrible puns.
Alright, so speaking of cheese puns real quick.
Uh-oh.
Are you aware of the game Mouse PI?
Yes, and I've been wanting to play it. Caravan Palace sold me on it even harder.
Alright, so I'm not gonna talk anything about it, but, cause I don't want to spoil it for you. But, very unsurprisingly, there's a lot of cheese puns in it, cause,
Oh,
duh.
I would expect no less.
IGN wrote a review, literally 6 out of 10, too much cheese puns.
They didn't know what they were playing then. That's right up there with the people who were judging Cuphead because their people couldn't fucking play through the tutorial.
Mm-hmm.
Your line is weak and it shows.
It's very good up. Boo! Also, welcome in. I think that's Luanshar, if I got that pronunciation right.
Hi, Shar.
Welcome on in. We don't care what IGN's bitch-ass faux journalism has to say. I do, but only for taking and then immediately making memes. The devs from Mouse PI literally just put out a tweet that all that says is too much cheese, and it's the main character eating cheese.
Amazing.
Alright. Reina, are you ready to dive into the questions?
Let me crack a fresh brisk.
Alright. So, while Reina's cracking that brisk, real quick, you chat, just to go over some ground rules here, because I do have some ground rules. This confessional booth, I'm going to be asking a few different questions to Reina, to confess to. As always, with this kind of format, because these questions could somewhat hit close to home, besides the fact that these questions were reviewed beforehand time just to make sure that they're not too uncomfortable, and Reina's had final say on what I have and I'm not, have not been able to ask. I do request that with these, while obviously there might be a little bit of light amounts of, ribbing and ball busting amongst friends here, that we do not guilt trip anyone over any of the questions answered. The comfort of my guests is paramount, is the most important thing, period, to making this all happen. So, if I see any of you, going for the throat and trying to guilt trip Reina over any of these answers, that is a very fast track to, timeout or a ban, depending on who's saying it, and depending on, if you've been a long time chatter here, probably a hefty slap on the wrist. If it's your first time here and doing that, probably a big ban. But,
if it's a first time here, you're one of my peeps more than likely, and in that case, you should already know better.
Mm-hmm. We all done shit we're not proud of, but it's important to own it. Exactly. So, Granted, I don't think too many of these questions are too deep into that, but, just in case, again, I'm having that ground rule, and I want none of you to sit here and harass Reina. Got it? Good? We all good?
And here's the thing. Veridel will be strict, But here's the thing, if I find you ever come back near me again after I saw what you tried to say, I'm not nearly as nice.
No ear pulling or tail pulling, exactly. Or wing pulling. Don't touch my wings.
Exactly.
So without further ado, Reina, let's kick on off, shall we?
Yep, I've activated confession mode. I've even changed my glasses for the occasion.
I wasn't looking. Now I feel. Hold on,
There we
I'm
go.
putting on my glasses. Now I feel conscious
go.
without them.
There we
Hey.
go. Ready.
So, hey, you said we had to respect the guests. Respect me too, asshole!
hold Angel gentle like Borger.
Thank you. Alright. So, starting off with kind of an easy one. Reina. As VTubers, all of us are known for being a little scuff, a little weird, a little cringe sometimes.
Oh god, yeah.
I need you to confess to your most embarrassing VTuber moment. Whether it be something on stream, off stream, but still tied to, like, social media wise, anything like that. What is the one thing you've done as a VTuber that you are the most embarrassed about?
I guess most of my most embarrassing VTuber moments are also just in general streaming moments, less VTuber based. Okay. If I were to say one of the most embarrassing like streamer moments was or like VTuber moments, early VTuber. This was I think in my first year as a VTuber. I didn't vet the situation I was about to be a part of well enough, and the entire stream ended up being exceptionally awkward because there was a severe lacking in communication on both sides. And so I was trying to be funny when the other person was trying to have me be informative, and I didn't know that until halfway through the stream. And it was very uncomfortable for both of us, and we never streamed together again, ever again. Despite them messaging me multiple times afterwards and going, that was such a good time. Although, I will say, this was more of a streamer embarrassment oopsie on their part. I got secondhand embarrassment from this one. They were where after the stream ended, and I was like, well, that was okay. Yeah, maybe we'll do something like this again in future. I don't know. And then one of the first things they said was, wow, yeah. I'm surprised our views were so low. I thought you had big following.
What the fuck?
Yeah. I was like, the secondhand embarrassment I got from hearing them say, like, well, I'm never speaking to you again. Goodbye. Again, I was still in my first year as a VTuber, so I think I had just like passed like 600 followers or something like that. Somewhere in that ballpark, either 600 or I just like hit 1,000. Somewhere in that early ballpark, that first year and a half, and I made so many bad decisions, and I hung out with so many people I shouldn't have during that time. I will say, one of my most personally embarrassing moments, was I was playing through a game with Key. I think it was like a horror game. And for some reason, the brain cell was just not brain celling that day.
Mm-hmm.
And out loud, I said, huh, 76, but wouldn't that make this in the future? Or it was like the 46 or something like that. It was like 46, wouldn't that make this in the future? And then Key just quietly goes, 1946. And I'm like, oh my god, I'm stupid.
Listen,
just this moment of, oh god, I've just showed how dumb I am out loud.
We all have those moments. I feel that. I still God, no, like the flood of memories that just sent back in, because that first year of streaming and VTubing, especially, like, I sympathize with you heavily on that, because, like, like, I'll admit, some of my first collabs were, like, my first ever big collab, or big, air quotes, with multiple people. First ever collab I had with multiple people, I'll use that, was with a bunch of people I had never hung out with before, never vibe checked
yeah.
before. Stuff like I kind of knew one of them pretty well. The other two were friends with that person, but we hadn't hung out
Was it like a
beforehand.
we all met each other through Twitter kind of situation, and this seems like a good idea?
Yes.
Yeah.
Which, and it was all of us going to play Phasmophobia, and for anyone who's been around long enough to remember that collab, obviously no shade towards anyone that's in that or from that collab, even though I think all of them at this point don't stream anymore. But
Shit changes over the years.
shit changes over the years. I know one of them got canceled, and that's all I'm gonna say on that topic.
Oh, ooh, that's
Yeah.
a mood. That's a mood. That's
So-
another one that's like, yup.
So, funny enough, the one that got canceled, I hopped into the call, and we're 10 minutes beforehand, and they ask, "Hey, Varendell, just to make sure, are you over the age of 18?" And I'm like, yeah. Alright, cool. So, it's not gonna cause a or not, that's not the phrasing they use. I think it was, alright, cool, so it's not illegal for me to flirt with you. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh,
Like,
ew. Ew. Oh, ew.
yeah, because they
ew.
were. Remember that initial wave of LewDtubers that came out?
You know what? Actually, here's a teeny confession. I was part of that problem because I didn't really have a good level of like what was and wasn't appropriate, because it was also during that era where if you didn't outright say you didn't like somebody and you associated with them, obviously you guys were friends. So, like, it was a lot of that where it's like every VTuber you meet on Twitter is your friend because you liked a post they made. And, the internal shrimping I can feel of my soul right now while saying that. I wasn't like I definitely wasn't like a problematic. I can say that much. At least I was not like, I'm chasing people down and making decisions that's going to put me in a Google Doc. But there was a mass influx of LewDtubers who thought consent was a cute word and not a actual requirement. And they took a lot of, you are a sexually charged character? That means I can say whatever the fuck I want to you. And it's like, really? No, that's really gross and really icky. And it creeps me out. But yeah, no, there was a wave during the V-boom that happened in like 2020. And then I still say this, I still stand by this. A lot of VTubers, especially when they're just starting, for a lot of them, it's like high school all over again. And especially for those that didn't peak in actual high school, this is their second chance at it. And it shows. It's uncomfortable and it shows. And I know because I was one of those people who made bad decisions and did stupid things with people I should not have been associating with. Because I was all caught up in the whole, like, it's online, so it's different. Gross mentality.
Oh yeah, well, I'm not being, gross and kind of overly familiar with them as a person. No, it's their character. It's their VTuber that I'm being horny with.
Ugh.
Holy shit.
Yup.
Chat, well, obviously there is a little bit of a, like, disassociation between you and your VTuber. There should be, because, the minor break of the fourth wall, I don't have wings in real life, right? But, like,
Yeah, I hate to tell you all this, chat. My legs may be as hairy, but my ears are not that big in real life.
Fucking shit. But, like, no, it's, at the end of the day, these are still characters that we are playing that are an extension of ourselves. It's much like how, Reina, you've done enough tabletop role-playing to know this. It's like how, despite the fact that a tabletop role-playing character is not you, everybody puts a little bit of themselves in every character they fucking make. And being aggressively horny for someone else's character without their consent, without making sure they're comfortable, without stuff like that, it does end up being feeling like you're putting a little bit of that the personal
yeah,
chase
you're
on
making
them a
that
little
person
bit.
feel like you're aiming it at them in a
Yeah.
way, and it's like, how many y'all? How many in r/D&D horror stories has been? But it's what my character would do.
Ah. Oh, fucking.
Don't let your VTuber persona be, but it's what my character would do, because no one likes that guy. No one likes that. Oh, I will also, just because I know I'm gonna forget if I don't remember to say it now. I did have an actual VTuber faux pas oopsie moment twice. And it's specifically in two different distinct. So I've been a VTuber that's both been a PNG, and then I moved over to Live 2D. I was gifted a 3D model as well by the wonderful Switch. And I'm actually working on a new model at this time. But back when things were like everybody's getting started on stuff, everyone's like, picking up like how to work with the new technology, because VTuber tech has expanded so much
Oh,
since
yeah.
like 2020 to what we use now. It's absolutely insane. But the two faux pas I have was joining a call without checking what Fugi I had attached at the time.
Oh, no.
And this was back when I was doing collaborative stuff over on the other locale, where for certain denominations to the treasury, parts of my attire would miraculously vanish. And I forgot that the previous time I'd been in a voice call with somebody was during one of said collabs, where our communities had been mutually generous. And I just sort of appeared. And thankfully, where they had the group PNG thing, thankfully, we were kind of like collarbones up.
All right.
So I had suspiciously bare shoulders, and then immediately left the call, and then changed back to something more appropriate. And I was like, hello, I'm back. Nothing happened. You didn't see anything. The other time was I went to hit a button on my Stream Deck to change a toggle, and I hit the wrong button.
Mm-hmm.
And I forgot that one of the things that happens when I hit that specific toggle, a part of my outfit disappears. Which would be fine if I have done the prior prep work required for that toggle to make sense. But I was on someone else's stream. I grabbed my model as quickly as I could and threw myself into the lower depths, so all they saw were the tops of my ears. And I was like, hey, so minor wardrobe malfunction. Everything's fine. This is why y'all need separate profiles on your stream decks or on your button pads, whatever the fuck you're using for changing your stuff around, because things like this will happen.
Oh, yeah. You fucking literally all of my, like, clothing removal, that is in a separate fucking folder than every other toggle I have. Because the last thing I need is, oops, here's fucking my nippleless chest for all of you.
Yeah, I think at the time I had the wrong profile up, and I'd forgotten to swap over to my Twitch one, which is the safe one, technically.
Mm-hmm.
However, there is a specific toggle that, we'll call it like the theater backstage change. Because you know how, like, you've done theater stuff, yeah?
Yeah, I've done theater stuff. I'm one of those theater
so
gays.
so you know what it's like when you have to do a quick change, and usually you're wearing part of your uniform underneath, and then you quickly swap stuff out and stuff like that, and you're changing really, really quick, right?
Mm-hmm.
So I have an outfit. My chat will know this outfit is it is a green ribbon corduroy style sweater, and it turns my legs into black tights. It's very cute. It's very pretty. It's very just kind of chill and cozy looking, right?
All right.
The problem is that you don't see the process of getting into that outfit. And the order it happens in means I am immediately cancelable on Twitch for like a half a second before the outfit finishes putting itself on.
Ah, understood.
Yeah. Yeah. So, and I also briefly turn into Vishnu because I get like 4 sets of arms for a second. It's a little terrifying, but it's biblically accurate, Mouse, but don't worry about it. But yeah, it's one of those moments where it's like hitting the wrong button at the worst time, and I'm trying not to get someone else in trouble.
Mm-hmm. Thankfully, where's wood? There's wood. knock on wood, I haven't gotten that done yet. I have walked on with the wrong PNG before a few times. They're back on model 2.0. I had the fem model or fem PNG that breasted boobily. I have definitely accidentally walked on someone's stream with that, but thankfully that one is safe for work. And then I have multiple times lately shown up and people are like, Barrendo, why do you have only one arm? Because I have a reactive that a lady over there did in chat of me and Bean together. But the...
Oh, yeah. But it doesn't work if you're not together because your arm is missing because it's layered.
Yeah. So I'm just...
Yes, I know exactly the one you mean.
Yeah, exactly.
Also, lady, you're a godsend and an absolute treat.
You are. Lady, you're fucking amazing.
Gently kisses lady on the forehead.
Lady did do a little doodle, by the way, while we were sitting here. Because you mentioned... hold on, I'll send it over to you and then I'll show it up for chat. You said, hold Angel gently like cheeseburger. There we go.
I was like, as soon as I said it, I was like, I wonder if someone, because I know there's a few artists kicking around in chat. I'm like, I wonder if somebody's going to take that and run with it. And I fucking love your Nurgle-ass face. You look like a fucking character from Garfield. I love you.
Yeah. Cheeseburger.
Wiesburger.
Wiesburger. Also, real quick, Red-tailed Dragon, I know it was a bit ago. Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the choir. But yeah.
That is fantastic. I love it.
Thank you, lady. Holy shit. God. I kind of want to circle back to something you mentioned earlier. Holy shit. Especially those, because the comment that you got of the, oh, our viewership was low. I thought you had a bigger crowd. A, fuck that. B,
yeah.
Oh, God. Like, don't get me wrong. Obviously, like, we're streamers, viewership, ratings, stuff like that. That's stuff that we do have to care about.
Yeah, we appreciate you being here, including the lurkers who do not wish to, like, verbally communicate in chat. We are appreciative of your presence, and we do notice it.
Yeah. But
we never want to make it feel, like, creepy, though, or uncomfortable.
It's, those very early days, especially when, because, I don't know. Obviously, there's still hustlers. I'm not gonna sit here and state that people aren't out here just for the grind, and they only collab for the grind.
There's people chasing the trends specifically to get, like, people in.
But those early days, like, talking to... Especially when I think VTuber was more, for lack of a better phrasing, idol culture focused, because a lot of people were following the trends of VTuber at the time, which was that idol culture. Holy shit, the numbers talk back in the day, and it's like, guys, a lot of us are all new because VTubing's a new uprising trend. Why are we sitting here already having the dick measuring competition?
Also, hi, Jafiki. Yeah, it's, well, and then following that was the boom of the discussion on clout chasing. And things like that, because there's a difference between hustling and chasing. And like, here, let me, I'm gonna be totally straight. I can't be totally straight. Let me be completely honest. Let me phrase. Being completely honest, I respect those that put in the fucking time to grind and they hustle and they put in the fucking work. Like, mad respect. Like, literally, part of this world is my fucking job. Like, so I get it. I get the need to do the grind. I get the need to hustle. I get the need to put a lot of, like, you know, work primary, you know, making connections is secondary in some aspects, because there are some people where you're like, hey, I know this is an entirely business transaction, and but the thing is, both people know that, and they're not coming from a presence of, oh, I'm hanging out with my friend. Oh, weird. Why didn't all your viewers show up? Like, I'm friends with people who have much bigger communities than I do and are partnered and all that stuff. And you know what I am? I'm fucking proud of them. But I don't see them as a fucking stepping stone to get to where I want to be. Because don't get me wrong, like, as a streamer that's doing this as an actual, like, gig, as something I want to do long term, I gotta think about numbers. But, like, people who see the others as, like, stepping stones to get there, or, like, get really weird about it, like, oh, that icks me out something fierce. And it's in the same line of people who will look past really big red flag behavior because the person who did it is popular enough that they might get away with it. And it's
Mhm.
like, oh, your morals are equivalent to the bank amount you get, huh? Ew.
Yep.
That's ew.
Oh
Do not
god.
like.
The thankfully I can't say it has somewhat gotten better. Obviously, there's still folks that are hustling, and still folks that are using the weight of their community and popularity to sit there and try to get away with shit they can't. But I am glad to see
Mhm.
that over the years I've been a VTuber, and not just a VTuber, a streamer, right? We've seen folks that
Mhm.
have tried to use that justification and have gotten caught red-handed multiple times and have been, while I'm not necessarily the biggest fan of canceling, there are definitely some people that deserve to get to not be on the platform anymore. And I am
Yeah.
glad that people have been held accountable for sometimes really heinous shit.
Yeah, as much as it's like it's very much a two-edged sword cuz call out culture is a thing. Cancel culture is a thing. When they fuse into the same thing, it can be a little bit fucking wild cuz there are people who definitely deserve to be called out for bad behavior and especially is cuz the thing is it's people who say like, "Oh, it's just VTuber drama." I'm like, "No, that person was actively doing something dangerous and like
Mm-hmm.
bad." Like, there's a difference between, "Oh, this is something that should," because I've seen a lot of like, "Oh, this is a cancel doc about somebody, um, because their relationship went sideways." And I'm like, "This really should have just stayed behind closed doors." Because like, you're allowed to have a falling out with people you used to be friends with. Like, I have a good chunk of the people I started VTubing with I don't talk to anymore because we had either some kind of massive falling out or some big relationship difference or whatever the fuck, right?
Mm-hmm.
But no one needs it to be everyone else's business. And that's what drove me nuts. However, that is not to say that some people shouldn't be publicly called out for bad behavior, especially if they're doing something. Let's say it with us. Say it with me, chat. If it's illegal and or dangerous, yeah, you should tell people that they're doing it because
Guys.
they need to be held accountable for a bad thing that they're doing.
Oh yeah.
If they're just kind of an asshole, that does not need to become public city news.
Agree. No, like the for the most part, like half of the reasons I've seen folks try to get canceled are reasons I'm like, this is just fucking drama. I don't care. It's just banging. It's just people with egos going up against other people with
Mhm.
other egos, and there's not that much good about it. But like, it's not
Yeah.
worth canceling over. That being said, yeah, if it is something heinous, like, hi, please
Yeah.
stop texting minors. The
Yeah, oh my
fucking
fucking god, why is that such a
yeah,
Jesus?
legitimately, like, me and another bud, every time it like the minors got involved, we would just start singing "Don't Diddle Kids, Don't Diddle Kids" like over and over again, cause it's just
Fucking
it's
hell.
that easy, you know.
It really is.
Are they? Go ahead.
I do have a slight hot take. This is something I think people might disagree with me on, and I'm fine with that. I'm a
All
grown
right.
ass bitch that can own my opinions. Um, just because someone hurt your feelings doesn't mean they're an abuser.
Yo, you're correct on that one.
Holy shit,
Absolutely.
the amount of Google Docs I've read through where it's like so and so is abuser or harasser or blah blah blah. And it's like they commented on a public Twitter post and they like your energies don't vibe. And yeah, sure, they could be a massive cunt. Like they could be a massive, massive jerk. They could be super rude and like fair enough. Whatever. That's not a reason to cancel somebody because they're just being a jerk. Like
Mm-hmm.
someone's allowed to be an ass and you're allowed to not like them for that, but that's not a reason to be like, ah, this person is a harasser and an abuser and should be, you know, dragged across the stakes. I'm like, oh, sweetie, no.
I actually have something
Ooh.
on that. So me and another bud, who is another VTuber on this platform, chat if you can piece together who it is, don't. But me and this other person recently had kind of a falling out. And
Mhm.
we started due to circumstances talking again. But something that I noticed and that they noticed was we had friends on both, on their side and on my side, both being like, "Hey, do you need us to get a Google Doc ready? Do you need a this, that, whatnot?" Because
Bruh.
we'll be honest, the fallout was over ugly drama, but like it wasn't like either one of us had done something again irreprehensibly. I can words evil. We didn't do something
Reprehensible?
bad. That word. Thank you. But it's not like we did anything truly terrible. It was a natural conflict of just interests at that point. It was just a conflict of personalities.
Yeah.
And both of us had to kind of tell our friends, no, we're not. Canceling isn't the way. Don't get me wrong, both of us, admittedly, because we also admitted behind the scenes, we had been kind of nastier about one another since then, because that, we're only people.
Spite.
Sometimes spite comes out, right? But like,
Yep. No, 100%. I've said meaner things than my actual emotions feel about a person just because I was really pissed off about something that they did at the time, or like someone asked me about something on the wrong day, so I was like extra spicy. And I was just like the normal. Because I won't lie, like I've had people like reach out to me more than once about like, like, did you hear so and so, or oh, so and so saying this, and I'm like, yeah, it is. And then I try to approach it with a level of courtesy and decency, because I fail sometimes. I'm mostly human.
you're a mouse.
Exactly. I'm Smose. I try to put out into the world the same energy I try to receive. Hoping that in some cosmic balance, I will receive it one day, if not that day. So when people try to approach me about stuff that is either A, drama, or B, genuinely not good, like fully reprehensible behavior, then I'm kind of like, okay, here is the facts, and I need to specify this, the facts as I know them, not the feelings I have about it, but the facts as I know them, and this is what I know is being done about it, or this is what I'm doing about it myself. And other times, I approach it with, man, fuck that guy, all feelings all the time, depending on who I'm talking to or if I've had a very bad day. And it's such a fucking mess, but it's like, sometimes you say worse things about somebody just because it's the wrong time that someone has asked you about something, or they've done something recently that has reminded you why you do not like them.
And as well,
And
sometimes you haven't had the moment to, I don't want to say compartmentalize, but kind of tie off those emotions. So like, because obviously if you and this other person have a blow up and you don't get to split amicably, the blow up is
you don't get any closure or anything.
Yeah, you're gonna be left still kind of hurt and wounded, and that's kind of where me and this other person were for a long while. But like multiple times, someone's like, "Hey, do you want us to back you up and like make a doc or do something to can't like start anything in case they try to cancel you?" And I'm like, I don't think they're gonna do that. And I think that's actually kind of what we bonded over, was both of us going, hey, did you ever plan on writing a document? No, it would have been not worth it, and it would have been stupid and dumb. Did you? No, it would have not been worth it. It would have been stupid and dumb. And I feel more people need that approach.
Well, because that's the thing, is you both, like, without meaning to, kind of came together in this realization of, man, this really isn't worth the amount of emotional effort that people think we should be putting into this, because it's not that big. And there are, like, all right, I'm in a confession booth, I could say this.
Hit me.
There is someone I genuinely do not wish, like, well. Like, I don't wish them ill, and I don't wish them sickness, or I don't wish them, like, unhealth. Like, I hope they're perfectly healthy, but that they fail at all the things they want to do, because they're kind of a craphead. But, like, but it's a big part of it, and I know this is, it's very much a me thing. I know it's because of how badly they hurt me, and then they later tried to take the mutual hurt we shared over different things, because we both admitted to each other, I thought we had ended amicably. Um, I found out, like, I think, like, 4 or 5 months later that this person was going into servers and telling people, like, airing our dirty laundry, but omitting hers, and actively trying to get me ousted by other people. But she was like, "Oh, but I can't make a Google Doc about it. I can't do something like that. Like, I'm just telling the people I care about." And no, it was uh, again, I know this is my spite, and I know this is my spite, but this person was essentially a slip and slide to the bare minimum of men, and I
Ah.
was just like, and for some reason, anytime I talked to a male of interest, which was at that time, they had an accent and or a pulse,
Mm-hmm.
um, it was I was apparently competition that was trying to horsed up onto her men, and it was very weird because we were
Ah.
both lewd tubers, we were both, we both did singing, we both did the mommy voice and things like that. We, like, had very similar groups of people around us, and it was like, ugh, it was really gross. And so I ended up in a five-way call with these other people that she'd spoken to, where I'm like, "Here's the actual fucking facts. Here's the laundry receipt. I didn't want to have to share this, but since she apparently wanted to, like,
Mm-hmm.
apparently since she wanted to try to ruin my reputation, here's what she didn't tell you. And here's the truth."
Mm-hmm.
And I also even admitted to these people, like, yeah, I did do some shitty shit. I did some crap during that time. But at the same time, I also owned up to it to the people that it mattered to. Because again, this particular instance was drama, not danger.
Mm-hmm.
And so it was like, I really don't see what she was gaining trying to ruin my reputation with these people. And it drove me up the wall. And I got so spiteful after that that it sits in me like a dark grief seed that is waiting to burst into a witch one day if she ever comes back into my life, because I genuinely don't think she is someone I can move past that from. But
Mm-hmm.
she at least is so far removed from my world now. She's a minor annoyance rather than a constant thought. And sometimes you have to let it get to that point where you don't actively seek information about them to actively hurt yourself with. Because
Oh yeah.
a
So the
lot of
best
people,
thing.
especially back then too, were like, "Oh, I'm like hate following this person to see that if the things go poorly for them." I'm like, "You're just hurting yourself at that point."
Stop letting people live rent free in your head.
Yeah,
Be like,
they don't deserve the real estate.
yep. We've all done shitty stuff. It's part of the human nature. We live and learn. Exactly,
Yep.
Lucian. Like the goal of being this is my not hot take, just life advice. The goal to being a
Mhm.
good or the path to being a good person, right, is not to do
Mhm.
everything perfectly nice, but it's to acknowledge when you did something wrong and to do better the next time.
Yeah, exactly. And,
The,
like, be a better person than you were yesterday, but that doesn't mean you being a better person doesn't always mean forgiving someone.
yeah.
You're allowed to not forgive someone, or you're allowed to move past something but never forget what they did to you.
Mm-hmm. That's kind of
And
where
yeah, the hardest
me.
thing is admitting when you fuck up, which is, well, the whole reason of a confession booth. Why we're here right now is admitting moments where things were kind of like, yeah, probably something I shouldn't have done. But
Mm-hmm. Exactly. Mistakes are the failing we learn. Problems from things we did. Exactly.
yeah, I like to hold on to a thing that I was taught as a kid, and it sticks true. That your first thought is the one that you are taught, and the one that you are that is like your impulsory emotional response. Your second thought is the one that's actually how you feel about something.
Exactly. So, real quick,
Mm,
to pull out our second question, and to keep in
yes.
theme with things that are embarrassing, Raina, you've talked before about going to conventions. I've been to
Yes.
conventions. We know that conventions are wonderful. We know that conventions sometimes don't go to plan, though.
Nope.
What's your most embarrassing con story?
Oh God. Okay. Let me count the ways. Let's see. I have do have I have a ton of con horror stories. A lot of them aren't really embarrassing per se. They're mostly you know, thing happened and I was either an unwilling participant and or a present party to the shenanigans, quietly sipping my my drink off to the side, going, "Well, that happened." Um, I think. Let's see. Damn, I'm actually really having to dig through my memories right now. Because here's the thing, I used to be a horse person. I used to be in bronies before I was in furry conventions, and then I did the you know,
I can't
I
judge
did the
on the
whole,
horse person thing. Listen, I've been part of one of those circles outside a convention singing Winter Wrap Up. I was also there. All right.
Yeah, I distinctly have strong memories of pink fluffy unicorns dancing on rainbows being played through the hallways of convention spaces on a ukulele while all of us sang in tune. Oh, actually, wait, no, I've got one. I've got one. It was my, I think, my second convention. I went to Everfree Northwest, and Andrea Libman, the voice of Pinkie Pie, if I remember correctly, was one of the guest signers and whatnot. And I went we'll call this my pinnacle cosplay era, because I never actually had a cosplay era because one, I can barely sew, two, I'm broke all the time, and three, I did not do enough tutorials to know how to properly apply a lot of makeup. So I went, because this was God. So this is gonna show how fucking old I am. This was when My Little Pony and Five Nights at Freddy's were getting crossover artwork.
Oh my god.
Yep.
I remember that era.
I went as animatronic Pinkie Pie during that convention, and I painted with body art paints, little hinges and creases on my knuckles and my wrists and my elbows and stuff like that. I did the little mannequin lines in the corner of my mouth to make it look like an animatronic mouth. I did little rivet seams. I had this pink wig that I still own. I had, which actually, fun fact, the reason I remembered this memory was because I looked to my right where my new odds and ends accoutrement shelf is, and on it is a set of pink polycraft ears, like clay style ears that were painted. This was like I said, this was in the early era of pony stuff, so making things with resin, 3D printing things, not super common, not super popular during that time. So somebody was making clay style My Little Pony ears with clear elastic bands. And I was wearing those. I was wearing tights and a pink tutu style skirt. I went up to Andrea. I asked her to sign a Pinkie Pie themed flask. And she was like, "Is there anything else you want me to sign?" I'm like, and then I slammed my head forward and said, "Can you sign my ears?" And I bashed my forehead on her desk. She still agreed to do it. And my dear friend, y'all know Salem TK on my side, my brother in scales, had to very quickly step behind me and block the view because I did not realize it at the time.
Oh
the
no.
Skirt was too short and the tights were too thin. So when I bent over, I flashed everyone behind me in the line with my panties. And I had a little red welt that thankfully the bangs of my wig did in fact cover. But I had a red welt and a tiny line from where I hit my forehead on Andrea Libman's table.
So you at full contact slam into the table. Holy
Yeah,
shit.
no, straight up, Andrea just hears, bang! Will you sign my ears? I had no chill.
Oh my fuck. Holy shit.
I haven't thought about that in a very long time.
I...
And then
Holy
and then
shit.
just imagine Salem, my big Deathclaw bestie, my brother, dressed up as a very posh rarity, quickly like shambling behind me, trying to not make it look like he's cutting in line so he can hide my shame, because I didn't know about it until after we left the autograph room.
Alright, but real talk, a rarity having to hide a Pinkie Pie's shame, that's
it
on
does
brand.
feel very fitting.
Yes.
Very role accurate. We were very in character in that moment without meaning to be.
Holy shit.
Oh.
Oh, there's a period of time when all those athletic leggings were made in such a way that they went fully nearly transparent. Oh, yeah.
Oh, Starscav, I didn't even have that as a pass. It wasn't like they were athletic leggings. They were literally just fucking Spirit Halloween tights.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And I think
no,
I
those
was
are
wearing
awful.
dark-colored panties that day, too, so they really stood out against it, because I think they were, like, white.
Were you thinking about the, like, not as a ball bust here, but just as a legitimate, did you even cross your mind of, oh, these panties are gonna be totally seen through on these leggings? Or were you like, I'm sure it's fine?
It was day 2 of the convention, and I'd never traveled to Seattle before, so straight up, my only thought was, these are clean.
Yeah, I can't judge, right? Because legitimately, like, when it comes to con travel, especially when you're staying at a hotel, like, especially if you're not, like, super regular on cosplay and have the fucking battle plans, cut out, you grab your cleanest clothing, because you don't want to be the one person that walks to the con and everybody knows is coming because you could smell them down the aisle.
You don't want to be the reason that the 621 rule exists in a con book. So... Actually, do you know what that is?
I've never heard it, but I guarantee you I've heard probably a variation on it. Hit me.
Fair. It's primarily amongst furry conventions. This will be no surprise to anyone. But it is, the 621 rule is usually on page 1 or 2 of everyone's con book. Usually alongside, like, general guidelines, hotel, like, requirements or con space requirements and stuff like that. But the 621 rule follows the idea that you must have at least 6 hours of sleep, 2 meals a day, and 1 shower a night. Or a day. depending.
I've never heard it laid out like that.
The fact that has to be written in a fucking book is... Here's the thing. It sounds great, but there's also just the fact that, of course, the furries had to do it because people forget that they're wearing gigantic fucking carpets while walking around conventions and then forgetting that they heat up really badly. I used to be a first aider for a couple of my local cons, and the time where during one of the My Little Pony conventions I was at, a guy almost passed out in the autograph room because he was wearing a full wartime accurate wool suit.
All right. Holy shit. And like
In
he
the
didn't
middle
have
of
anything
summer.
prepped to oh my god. Yep.
And he hadn't had water all day.
If you're going to any young furries
He
out
then
in
tried to
chat,
offer one of our autographers a sandwich. That was just in his bag. His judgment was not great.
I appreciate the hustle. But no, chat, if you are I say young furry that is an adult right now, because no one under 18 should be in here. But if you are
You better be fucking old enough.
Yeah. But if you are a furry that's looking into getting a fursuit, please, obviously drink water is normally a piece of advice we throw out. Really drink water. Fucking, is 27 young? By my standards, yes, and I'm old. So, God, if you're over 30 and you know it, clap your hands. Thank you, Raina. But
You're welcome. I was really hoping my mic would pick that up.
But no, you have to take extra care, because effectively you are just wearing a couch. You will overheat. Like, the amount, because I've gone to a few furry conventions myself, like, both of them had medical stations specifically geared up for passed out fursuiters, because that would happen sometimes.
There's a reason that a lot of cons in my area have a thing called the Headless Lounge, which is mostly a room that has, like, a cooler of water bottles, maybe some juice packs, and, usually 7 fans.
God. You need those. Real talk, more cons need self-care rooms.
Yeah, no, they really do. We used to have, even for, because, like, again, I worked, like, Brody conventions and stuff like that, so we worked with, like, people who were, like, you know, actual voice acting celebrities and whatnot. Have, like, fucking, you know, John Delancey and God knows who, like, show up. And so we had, like, a, at con space, but away from the public space, like, comfort green room, where, it was a space where, like, only the people who had, like, higher level access at the cons, like, you know, con head, con chair, things like that, or, like, any of the lead people for certain departments. And it had to be specifically certain departments, because there were some people who became leads of other departments specifically so they could schmooze. And you have no idea how many of them I had to kick out from behind my charity auction spaces on a regular basis. It was fucking wild. Also, question for you. Do we pause, like, general, like, moving on, next questions, confessions, things while the ad break is happening?
So I'm going to try and stop. If an ad break's coming up, I'm going to try and stop the, like, asking a new question, stuff like that. I do want to linger on the con topic a little bit, because
Yeah, sure.
I'm trying to make sure that every topic, because we can very rapidly go through all these questions, be like, all right, that's it, folks, bye. But
bye.
I'm trying to space these out. I'm giving each
fair. You got to pace.
Yeah, I got a pace. I have a mental clock going. And to kind of route back to the current topic, though, I do have a just so that we're both embarrassed, I do have a con story I want to give to you.
Let's go.
So that way you're not the only one that's given a really bad one.
Yes.
So this one's also at a furry convention. Not a pony, specifically just furry. It's at Furry Weekend Atlanta. And that one's kind of a party convention. Like, a lot of con room parties, stuff like that. And I'll admit, I'm surprised the hotel staff did not kick us out of the building. Cause, I'm trying to remember the hotel it's at. It's one that's in downtown Atlanta. But effectively, they did have a staircase, but the staircase was only there in case of a fire emergency. You weren't supposed to use it.
Yeah, it's like an emergency escape.
Yeah. Guess how many days in the convention that the door that for that emergency exit got busted and then forced open by, attendees there.
Oh, I imagine it at least 2 to 3 times a day.
Correct. So eventually they started posting up security there, and, they also, posted up security by the elevators, because there are 4 elevators to go up and down, but there was, like, a major, like, sports convention happening within the area, and, like, one other thing.
Oh, God, at the same time?
Yeah, and it gets in the middle of summer, so there's just families going down south to go on vacation. Atlanta's a nice city. So we're, it's one of the 2 nights that there's a rave going on. Because, furries and raves. And
furries do love their dance parties.
Correct. We are, me and, my buddy Azure, are, like, leaving the rave, and we're like, alright, it's like 1 a.m., we're gonna head back up to our hotel room, shower, and then pass out. So we go there, and there's a long line of folks trying to get back in. So we get, they actually have like a little like, almost like a deli counter ticket thing to go get your number and go sit down. So we go get our number, we go sit down, and the sit down area is kind of like, there's this bar area that they're using for most people to go sit down. We go there, and we sit down next to this family, and it is, this dad, mom, and 3 kids. The oldest could not have been older than 10.
Oh no, okay.
The dad's holding on to like the 4-year-old who's just passed out in his arms. And, like, the other 2 kids who are awake are just looking miserable and tired. It's 1 a.m. They want to get back, and the dad's holding onto a ticket. And as me and my roommate sit down, keep in mind, I have a hoodie with bat wings, and my roommate had, you know, a hat with cat ears on. So we sit down.
Yeah, you're dressed in proper con attire.
Yeah, exactly. He turns to us and he's like, so... and we know that they were tourists because I say this politely. Their accent was thick enough to give it away. So he's like,
Oh, yeah, that's fair.
so what is you people? And we're like, oh, we're, you know, we're explaining what furries are to this poor person. And we're explaining what we're doing and explaining why we're up so late. And those were his questions, and then his final question, he's like, oh, okay. When do you leave?
Oh my god! That's so funny! Holy shit!
And I had never
Wow.
felt more ashamed to be a furry in my life than then.
Oh, when do you leave? Oh my god, that's so funny.
And, like, I couldn't be mad, because here's this guy, it's 1 a.m., he's trying to get back to his hotel room with his fucking family. And, like, the wait was, at least for us, was over an hour to get our elevator spot.
Oh god, yeah. No, so, speaking of conventions and elevators, and also, hilarious happenstances, I have 2 little mini stories I will share with you. So, I don't know if you've experienced this, as a furry con goer and whatnot, but for some fucking reason, furries are absolutely incapable of not breaking at least 1 elevator.
Correct. One of the elevators there was broken at that one, and a few other cons
Yep.
I've had. Yep.
Usually by day 1, at least 1 elevator is either broken or will be shortly in need of repair.
What I want to know is how, but that's beyond me.
I know
Continue,
how.
sorry. Alright.
No, I know how. Because the thing is, a lot of times it is 9 to 8 times out of 10. It is a mixture of over-cramping the elevators, which you are correct. Part of it is weight limits. The other thing is, a lot of times it tends to be either the elevator going to where the dance parties are happening, or it is the elevator that goes from the rooms of the hotel into the convention space. Because everyone's seeing their friends. I'm not kidding. Furries are furries. We are golden retrievers when we find another one of us in the wild. You stick a bunch of us, it's like you just put us all in a dog park. And so they get very excited, and a lot of furries, especially suitors, have a habit of bouncing or hopping when they're excited because they're playing the character. They're doing what their character would do. They're very excited and hop, 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 hop in a fucking elevator with 7 other people who are also probably either the same weight or the heavier than they are. And at some point or another, it breaks. And it's super, super crap because, like, we've had to get to the point where during opening ceremonies, we go, please do not jump in the elevators. We know you're excited to be here. We know you're excited to have fun. And especially if it's the elevator going to the dance floors, we know you're excited to party. Please wait until you are no longer in a box being maintained by cables and hope. That you are going to suddenly break something and or plummet, because you are also denying people who are trying to get to their fucking rooms.
You know, the moment you
So that's
say that,
one of the biggest ones.
it checks out so much.
Mm-hmm.
Before I begin my story, you were getting to a story, or was that it?
I do have one more little one, and so this
Hit
is
me.
not connected to elevators, but is connected to people who don't really experience furries suddenly getting a very strong frontal view of them.
Mm-hmm.
So we regularly host at a place called it's the Executive Hotel YVR. It is essentially the popular pop-in convention center for smaller conventions. And especially because it has a shuttle that goes to the airport. It is very popular for that because it is an airport hotel. So it is a very high commodity for conventions, events, conferences, weddings.
Oh no!
So, again, you know furry conventions. You know furry conventions. That's a Canadian airport code. Correct, because Starscav, amazing above amazings. I am a maple mouse. I'm in the Canada, specifically of the British Columbian variety. So that convention, the executive YVR, that one is very, very popular for is too cute. Stop. You like that? I like calling myself Maple Mouse. It's very fun and also hilarious because people imagine that I'm also quite sticky. So usually means they don't touch me.
I'm imagining your scrungly mouse form now, just covered in maple syrup, like thrown against the wall and just stuck to it.
Yeah, so hilariously enough, Putty did draw a version of me after I've come out of the dryer to demaple the mouse, and essentially I'm just a puffball with ears and eyes.
Hell yeah.
If I can find it, I'll send it to you. But yeah, there's also just this mental image of just like the fur is sticking out on all ends, and it's like, I fell in a tree. But yeah, so furry conventions, very popular thing. Obviously, fursuiters love to show off their fursuits. They should. They're spending thousands of dollars on them.
Mm-hmm.
Show that shit off. This is why cosplayers get a reel. This is why cosplayers go around and get as much outside the con space as possible in spaces where they can really show off what the suit can do. Fursuiters are exactly the same, especially if they've got big wings or like tails or something where their handler isn't like, please don't go into the dealer's den in your suit. It's going to go terribly for everyone involved. So there's a thing called the Fursuit Parade.
Mm-hmm.
It is a track that follows through the convention space, and the fursuiters sign up. They all get together and they go on a little trek, a little hike through the whole hotel, through the open garden spaces and stuff like that. Heaven help them. It's Vancouver. It rains. You just kind of have to hope that we have a secondary track in case that happens. But you follow through this. Turns out the exact same weekend that our happy little convention was happening, and on so fortuitous, the day our fursuit parade was happening, a wedding reception and the bride and groom arrived at the hotel. Now, one of the paths for the fursuit parade goes through the lobby of the hotel.
Oh.
But it doesn't start
no.
there. It starts somewhere else. So, and usually they'll have like a little boombox or something to like, be music. And there's like a little parade leader who sometimes is like, furries, follow the flag. And so there's a bunch of people like standing on the sidelines of where this path is going to go. I'm in the lobby space because it's also the space you can be like super relaxed and like have a little bit more room to breathe rather than trying to line the sides of the hallways, which are very, very cramped. So I'm in the lobby space. I'm hanging out with some friends. I'm chilling. We're about to watch the parade. And I look through the big set of glass doors off to the side and I see a limousine pull up. And I'm like, ooh, bougie furry. And then I see a bride. And then I see the groom. And then I see a little fleet of black sedans that follow in after them. That all have like the company logo of the limousine. That have the bridal party. That are coming to this convention. And I'm assuming they have rented spaces and they've probably rented the pub downstairs to like do their thing. Because we did see earlier in the day, they'd mentioned an event was happening that wasn't ours in that space. So the bride and the groom, obviously people have to make sure there's enough space for people to get through doorways. So the bride, the groom, and the party make their way into the lobby and they see all these people in variant decor of furryisms and are like, what's happening? And then suddenly, Vengabus starts muffled playing from across the courtyard. And a troop of furries make their way, and the bride looks delighted. The groom looks very confused. The bridal party and the groom party do not know what to do. So they start to dance along with Vengabus with a bunch of furries they do not know. And the groom looks very unsure, and he's talking to the hotel staff because he's wondering if he got the wrong place. And he got to lovingly find out it was not, in fact, the wrong hotel. But the bride actually managed to, like, flag down some of the not in parade furries. Like, she's asked, like, a couple people, like, what's going on? It's like, oh, we're having our convention right now. And one of them happily holds up their badge. And so some of the fursuiters that didn't want to be part of the parade but wanted to be on the sidelines actually took pictures with the bride. So in someone's wedding photo album, there is a collection of shots of the wedding party and the bride throwing up peace signs and like hooray cheers with a bunch of very, very brightly colored furries.
Yeah, shout out to the bride.
Bride
being
took it
in on it?
stride. The groom looked so confused, and when he was watching the bride, because she did try to get him in on the photos too, he was like, no, I'm good. I could see a couple thoughts going through his head, like, maybe I should have asked some more questions before we got married.
Hot. The fact that she saw the furries and lit up, I'm like, homie, I'm sorry to report. You're marrying one of the. She was probably a furry that never told him, but she knew.
Or
That's my guess.
Or she was a plushie enthusiast who discovered what furry was for the very first time and is about to take a trip on her life trajectory that her groom is not prepared for.
I hope she goes to furry cons now and the husband is being dragged along to them.
I hope she's a fursuiter and her husband is her handler.
Awesome.
That is my hope for those two.
The same. God, no, fucking furries being excited at con. It now makes sense of the whole, like, the fucking.
Why did the elevators break at furry convention?
Why do elevators
that's why.
break? Because, like, when you brought up the uncontrollable joy that some furries have, my mind goes back to, I can't remember what year. It was one of the Anthrocons I went to down in Pittsburgh. Again, they have a walkway that leads to kind of where the stages are, and there's chairs along there and stuff like that. And one day, me and my partner at the time were sitting there, and somebody had gotten. The immediate oh no, I know you're about to throw out when I say this. Got one of those remote control balls.
Oh no.
And placed in the hallway and just sent it rolling. My partner at the time was a cat furry, and every cat and dog and I play with ball furry that existed, just as soon as they saw the ball roll by, you know exactly what they did. They got up and sprinted after it. There was
chase.
like...
Time to chase.
I saw, like, thankfully my partner was not one of the people that did it, but the person handling the ball ducked it underneath some of the, like, small love seats that were set up in the hallway for folks to see, just to, like, dart and weave underneath it. Some of those furries, they just didn't pay attention to the chairs there. 4 different love seats were obliterated within, like, that minute and a half. And security had to come over and be like, what are you guys doing?
Please stop. Yeah,
They're gonna throw us out.
God, did you ever have you ever seen those it's like I think it's a dog toy. It's the ball with like a ferret tail attached to it.
Yeah.
Someone sent one of those into a dance party. And it was one of the ones, like, it was one of the toys that, like, lit up a little bit.
Oh.
And they didn't turn it on until, like, there was, like, a break. Every now and then, like, there's furry metalheads. And so sometimes there will be, like, a mosh and stuff like that. And it's actually genuinely quite fun. And it's also usually one of the softest moshes I have ever been a part of. So, somebody was waiting until there was a gap they turned the ball on and they threw it into the center. The dog pile that ensued was both fabulously violent and terrifying.
Christ.
Somebody, to be fair though, somebody did have a moment where they were like so excited. They landed. The head of their suit actually protected their skull from someone landing on them.
Oh.
But the thing that really got me, I'm gonna send you a GIF right now. The face of their fursuit. Oh, where is it? The face of their fursuit essentially did this.
I'm gonna pull this up on chat so chat has the visual. Here you go, chat. The face of their fursuit did this.
And I see their arms slide out of their suit, go up into the head, and just go boom to push the snoot back out. And then they went about their business like nothing else happened.
Damn, they became a pug!
Yeah, they went from being a husky to a pug in one mosh.
Holy shit!
Also, lady, if you like that, let me know. I'll send you the GIF. It is one of my favorites. It's called Pinky Sneeze, and it fills me with joy.
Holy fuck.
Every time I have to sniff my nose real hard, I make that face.
Think of that face.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. God.
I love that this is the first message I'm sending to Lady. That fills me with such joy.
It'll always be there. Alright, real quick, before I move on to the next question, I have to ask you this. Do you ever get bored and just go back into your DM history with someone and be like, I wonder what the first DM I sent them was?
Yes, and I'm usually both delighted and or horrified. I think the first thing I had with Tag was like soy sauce.
God.
I didn't know what the context was.
Those are the best when you don't have the context anymore. I think the first message I have with Sky is something about the fan fiction I wrote him into way back in the day. That's lore I will explain to you after this stream.
Please. Also, I'm so glad it's just Lady's just such joy after I sent it. You're welcome.
The Lady's a delight. Lady's a really cool person.
I adore Lady. I need to be around Lady more often. It always waters my emotional crops whenever I experience Lady in some way, shape, or form.
Hell yeah! I'm gonna be hanging out with her tomorrow and watching movies. She's become my movie pal.
Aww.
Hey, check. Go follow Lady.
Go follow Lady.
Go follow Lady. She do really pretty art.
I've also now realized just how many fucking My Little Pony gifs I have saved, or pony related. I now have saved in this folder.
Listen, you might walk out of the brony fandom, but the brony doesn't walk out of you that easily.
Oh, never. I'm not ashamed of my brony years. By far from it. I made some of my best friendships through that era.
Literally, I would not be here VTubing right now if it wasn't for the fact that I spent some time in the brony circle.
Yeah, exactly. See?
Hi, Dorcas. Hi, Raina. Hi, Paige!
Oh
Hey,
my God.
speaking of
Hi, Paige.
ponies.
Hi, Paige. Hi, Paige. Hi, Paige.
Hi, Paige. Hold on one second. Let me go get that shout out and then I can roll into the next
I'm high,
question.
please. My feelings are feeling.
Thank you to whichever mod got that shout out. I appreciate it. All right.
Oh, goodness.
Question 3. Are you ready?
I'm ready.
All right. So, we mentioned it actually kind of earlier how kids can be little shits. Kids can be cruel. What is the most evil thing you've done as a child?
So I have to be completely and totally forthright with this. When I read these questions, when I came to that one, the sheer velocity of the memory brick I was hit with, and I knew exactly what story I had to tell, is honestly both alarming and hilarious. Also, oh no, food poisoning. I'm so sorry, Paige.
Aw, Paige! Stop having hot bitch
Hey.
tummy problems. I get you're a hot bitch, but you don't need to have the tummy problems.
Paige. I low five you between the stalls. I'm with you, sis. It's all good. It's okay. I pass you the toilet paper and the Pepto. Queens of IBS. But yeah, so I'm so sorry, lady. I think I'm killing lady. So yeah, so I had a very distinct memory that like came at me at high velocity, and I knew exactly what one I had to share with you. So
All right.
the most evil thing I did as a child was it started with an accident and became a choice.
Okay.
All right, so you know when you reach a certain level of independence as a child where you're like, I can make a snack on my own. I know how life works. I know how I can do this. Yeah?
I already don't like the start of this. Yeah, I remember those.
Okay, so I was really craving fruit dipped in chocolate. I really wanted fruit dipped in chocolate. There used to be this place in the mall that my mom worked at where I used to go all the time, and because the guy running it was a massive sweetheart, I would get chocolate covered strawberries if I gave him like pretty big child eyes that said, "Please, I'm so cute. Give me sweet treat." So obviously I didn't have a chance to go to the mall that day, and it was one of those days where I actively had to be at home. So I was like, well, fuck. I cannot connive my way through a sweet treat today.
Mm-hmm.
But I was like, we have strawberries in the house and other variant fruits. We have chocolate in the house. I'll make my own melted chocolate and dip my fruit into that. I didn't know how to melt chocolate, but I knew water and other liquids got hot in the microwave.
Oh no!
I also had no concept of what time meant. So, and because the guy who made the chocolate covered strawberries also did things of the baking variety, I thought I had to use baker's chocolate as well. So I took a couple little bricks of dark baker's chocolate. I put it into my mom's bowl. Now I need to specify. This is where it went evil. This
All right.
bowl was fairly small, and I thought this is the perfect size for a little bit of fruit chocolate dipping. Now, this bowl set has been with my mom for years before I was born. And I was like, it's a bowl. It'll work just fine. I put the baker's chocolate into the bowl. I set the microwave to 4.5 minutes because I thought that was accurate. And then I walked away and I watched cartoons. And I came back during a commercial break, opens the microwave, and smoke came out. And inside was the charred remnants of what was once baker's chocolate. It had practically Chernobyled itself to the sides of the bowl. And the inside had bubble pockets.
Oh no.
Now, that would have been bad enough, but I could have been to my mom like, hey, so you know how you call me smart as a kid? This is the proof you're kind of wrong. I could have owned up and told my mom, hey, I fucked up. But I didn't. Now, I have to specify here. I was a key latch kid from like age 7, give or take. For those that don't know, key latching is when you give your child a key to the home so that they can kind of come and go, and like that way when they get off of school, they can just walk home and let themselves in. They don't need a parental supervisor to let them into the house. And I started key latching at like 7. It was a different era, y'all. It was the early 2000s / beginning of 2000. So, you know, not quite as many white van incidents as there are nowadays.
Oh yeah.
And also way less internet for me to preemptively shoot myself in the foot. So, I was home alone. And I'm also a single parent household, so there was no other parent to catch me of my wrongdoings. It was just me and my mom. So she's at work, and she's gonna be at work, and I know she's gonna be at work for at least another 3 hours. So I try every cleaning method my young, I think 9-year-old brain can think of to clean this chocolate and get it out of this bowl, and it is not coming off. It is like a solid, angry mass, like it was always meant to be part of the bowl. So, this is where an accident becomes choice. Do I tell my mom, leave out the evidence, and go, hey, I'm really sorry, I screwed up? Or do I do what I actually did?
What did you actually do?
You know how animals in the wild bury their food?
You buried the bowl?
I went out into our backyard. I found the softest patch of dirt I could get my hands on. I dug as deep as I could go, and I put the bowl in the hole. I covered it, I thought well enough, with dirt. Proceeded to go inside, wash my hands, and have chocolateless fruit. And pretended I didn't know where the bowl went when my mom asked about it later.
So I have to. There's a
She
keyword
found
you
it-
gave. Yeah, alright, cool. We're going to the same place. You said you thought you buried it well enough. How long
So,
did it take for her to find it?
To my credit, it took her a month and a half, but she did find it. Because, again, we lived in an area which actually had a fair amount of wildlife. And so it got partially unburied after a rain.
Mm-hmm.
And a raccoon, I guess out of sheer curiosity, went, what the fuck happened over here? And my mom saw the teeniest corner of the bowl sticking out of the ground while she was gardening one day.
Oh.
And I tried to say a raccoon did it.
I'm gonna assume she didn't believe the raccoon did it, because the chocolate
No,
was
you were
probably
very-
still in there.
I got denied RuneScape for 3 months for that one.
Holy shit.
Yeah, sorry, Switch. I threw you under the bus to my mom.
Fucking... My favorite part is the raccoon tried to bury it. A, how'd the raccoon put chocolate in the bowl? And B, why is a raccoon burying things?
How did the raccoon get access to the microwave?
It's
We
okay,
did
sounds
have
like
some
something I would have
very-
done.
We did have some very charismatic raccoons in my backyard. They became friends with my mom because she bribed them with sugar cookies.
Aww. So
Like,
therefore, she knows they wouldn't have done it. They're friends.
Exactly. I was putting her friendships on the line. I should have known that would fail out the start. But yeah, no, I'm not kidding. My mom used to make like sugar cookies and just random treats and stuff like that. And she would sometimes feed them to the local raccoons. So cue me as an older teenager, sitting at our dining room table, like doing homework. And our window is cracked because it's summer and we needed the fresh air. And I
Mhm.
see this teeny little hand reach through the window and make like a little pinchy, like, gimme hand. And I'm like, Ma? And she looks at her, she's like, oh yeah, just give him one of the cookies. I'm like, okay. And I grab a sugar cookie off the bowl. I put it in its hand. It very gently closes its little hand around the cookie and then very slowly slides it out of the gap in the window. And then I hear the mad scrabbling of them falling off of the bucket that they were standing on and then running away.
I love raccoons so fucking much because of their little grabby
too.
hands.
I love raccoons so much.
So there's a channel that Seth showed me, because of course Seth showed me it. It's literally just titled Wildlife Cams, and like at night they have a oh my god, I just pulled them up right now. Chat, fucking, if you ever get bored, hold on, let me. Like, here they are. They have raccoons. Raccoons normally show up. Look at them doing the little grabby hands.
Look at that.
I will...
God, have you seen the one of them trying to eat candy floss?
Yes. Oh my god.
I feel so bad.
Just sticks the cotton candy into the water and it just vanishes, and then he starts grab-handing me like, where'd it go?
The hands where he's like, where'd it go?
My favorite part is they don't show you the longer version of that clip. He does get a second bit of cotton candy, goes over the water.
I've seen the longer one where he figures out that he's not supposed to wash it.
Yep.
And he just washes his hands after he eats it. So like I have seen that, which I was very grateful for because I remember seeing the original clip and I'm like, they better have given him another fucking piece.
I know, right?
Yes, the answer is yes, they did. But yeah, we actually had a family of raccoons at one point that came by and they knew us as the safe place to be because we weren't like, my mom didn't care about wildlife getting too familiar with us. She was just like, screw it. I swear to God, she's the weirdest Disney princess you'd see exist. It just imagine if a Sex Pistol was in a Disney movie, and that's my mom.
All right.
So like one day I remember we hadn't seen the raccoons for a while and we'd gotten a little worried. And it gets down to like dusk, right? And that's usually their preferred, like dusk into late evening is raccoons like prime time because they're nocturnal style creatures. So they show up and we see the male. He shows up. He's like scoping the area, making sure it's still safe. In comes his lady friend. And then there's a little trail of little raccoons that follow him behind them.
Aww.
And the mom actually takes one of the babies and holds it up to the window like Lion King style to go, look, we need this. We need more cookies.
I fucking love that. Holy shit.
So my mom made a little bowl of like little treats that would be safe for them and like a variant of like nuts and things like that. And she just slid it through our laundry room door. And they just quietly dragged the bowl and most of the food, watching the little babies with like little handfuls of like cashews and stuff like that, trying to toddle along. Turns out they made a home underneath one of our sheds. And we just let them. We were like, no, it's okay, it's fine.
Raina, I know I've said this before. I want to hang out with your mom one day.
She's a cool woman. She's where all my charisma comes from, genuinely. Like, I'm only funny because of her.
Aww. Also, real quick, the otter. Helen, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome to the choir.
Hi, Helen.
God, no. Like, every story you've ever told me about her sounds... She just sounds delightful. I do have to ask, because obviously you mentioned no RuneScape for 3 months.
Yes, it was a trying time.
Was she, like... Because I don't know how her reaction to kid doing dumb shit is. Was she kind of like disappointment stare parent, loud yelling parent, or like quiet parent?
She was disappointed and exasperation parent, which also hit so much worse because like I said, like not to get too emotionally deep or anything, but like it's been me and my mom since I was a baby. Like I have never had any other parent. I've had no other like really close family. So it was one of those things where I could see on her face how absolutely bone weary and sad she was that I like damaged this thing that she really cared about. And that hurt worse than the RuneScape, genuinely. I felt so bad making her feel that way. I felt so fucking awful. And she was never like a I'm a tame your hide kind of like childhood. She'd sit me in the corner facing the corner with a show that she knows I like playing in the background if I did something wrong, and would tell me, you are not allowed to move from that spot for the next like 10 minutes. And when you're like a young kid, toddler age, that
10
feels
minutes
like a
is
fucking
forever.
eternity.
Yep.
Yeah, and every time I kicked the wall or I, made noises that were like clear disdain of the situation at hand, or I screamed or I cried, she's like, you're just adding another 10 minutes. Every time you do that, you're adding 5 more minutes. And then afterwards, she'd pull me out of the chair and she'd face me towards her and she's like, "Do you know why what you did was wrong?" Like, she raised me on understanding why she was disappointed, not knowing that I just disappointed her. That was her raising method. She tried to treat me as much like an adult as early on as possible with how she spoke to me. She never wanted to resort to like, "You have to do this because I'm your parent."
Oh yeah, the do as I say because I know better than you. It's
Yeah.
trying to
She
actually
didn't
have
want to
that
be a Miss
dialogue.
Trunchbull.
Exactly. No, I dig that. That's really cool because
Yeah,
honestly,
she's a cool woman.
hmm if I ever do have kids, that would be kind of the path I would want to raise them because if
Yeah.
you don't speak to your kids and tell them, "Hey, this is why I'm upset and this is why what you did is bad," they're just gonna they're gonna do it again. I know
Oh,
several cousins of
100%.
mine that were just because a lot of my family is from Portugal, from the Azores specifically, and they're raised on
Mhm.
as nicely as I could say about my grandparents. They were raised on the old school philosophy of if you did wrong, as we would say in Portuguese, chapada. That means, by the way, I'm just smack. Chapada is the act of just, smacking your child. So,
Gotcha.
yeah. So,
Yeah.
granted, my parents were, with a handful of exceptions, which those ones I kinda get. I'm not gonna get into the weeds on that. My parents weren't too much of the corporal punishment kind of parents, but I know some of my cousins that were, that just never got the talking afterwards, and a few of them have not ended up right, in my opinion, but, you know.
Yeah, no, well, that's the thing, like, my mom was raised of the era of, like, gritted teeth and yelling and hitting and stuff like that was how an adult is supposed to get the point across that you need to listen, and it wasn't the correct method, but it was the method that was used, and, it definitely, because my mom has, like, 2 sisters, and each of them became different kinds of adults because of that.
Mm-hmm.
And I think a big part of it is my mom ended up quite worldly even as a teenager and young adult because she wanted to be out of the house all the time because she, didn't want to be around parents like that. Um and so so to specify, she lived in Holland after she was
Alright.
13. And so once she could start making her own money and she could like buy her own tickets to things and she could like go do things on her own, she pretty much did as soon as she could. And one of the things she used to do is she would take like one of the pathing routes to London and she would go to London. And like she would take like the train, I think. Um And so she would take the train to London, and then she would spend, like, 2 weeks there working at, like, hotels under the table, cleaning, like, rooms and stuff like that, and she was, like, deep into the punk scene, so she was an activist, and she was wearing leathers, and she had frills and fringes, and she, like, was a spunky little
Mhm.
loudmouth Rudy, but at the same time,
Again,
she was
going back
actually.
to the Sex Pistol Disney princess.
Yeah, no, she really was though. And she was never rude. She's always been a very considerate person, but she also was take no bullshit. And so she met people. She went and saw concerts. She met some of the Sex Pistols.
Hell yeah!
She Yeah, no, she was there during like the fucking the glitter band era and like the bedazzlement of rock, and she was in a way learning about herself and how to handle the world outside of her home, and it
Mhm.
gave her an understanding of compassion and connection and people. And then she tried to spread that to me because she was like, I never ever would want to raise my hand to my kid because pretty early on I realized that was messed up. And so she always wanted to raise me with a level of understanding that if I did something wrong, why was it wrong and why is the response the way that it is? and I massively appreciate it. I sure as fuck didn't when I was a kid, but like I appreciate it now as an adult with perspective.
Oh yeah, you're never gonna thank your parents for the stuff that they do in that moment, and it's why, like, major shout out to parents here, for those are able to wrestle through, like, upwards of 20 years of your kid fucking just being grumpy with you to come out through that other end and have that appreciation.
Yeah, I had the terrible teen era where
Mm-hmm.
I made friends with the wrong people and I like became a little shithead and I was awful between the ages of like 12 to 17. I was pretty horrendous. And then when I became like an actual like budding adult, that was when I started understanding, and that's also when I started actually seeking her advice like fully. And nowadays it's like we talk about all sorts of shit and it's very candid and it's very open, and I'm really thankful. A lot of people don't get that. And I'm
Mm-hmm.
thankful I have that with her because I now have an understanding of who she is as a person and why she acted the way that she did. And we both understand we both fucked up with me growing up. Like, she wasn't a gold star parent on everything because let's face it, we're all human. Everyone screws up something sometimes. And there's always that situation as well where if you say the wrong thing to your kid when they're particularly impressionable, later down the line, it may have the accidental wrong effect. Like,
Mm-hmm.
you know, like, oh, if I ever found out someone hurt you, I'd kill them and go to jail for you. As a child told me, I don't ever tell you when someone's hurt me because I'm going to lose the only person I have in my life. It's
Yeah.
accidental opposite effect.
Yeah, you
Um,
do. There are a lot of words you do gotta have. It's shit like that. So I'm not gonna critique my parent, but one thing that my father did a lot, and I do recognize this is an issue I have now.
mhm,
It is so my father, again, he would not strike, with the very 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 rare exception, he generally would not hit us. However, his
mhm.
response whenever we would do something particularly really bad would be to instead because my father did very decent for himself as far as like finances and stuff like
Mhm.
that. If he needed to take out his aggression, he would take it out on objects. Like for an
Oh,
example,
yeah.
yeah, there. I don't know what we did wrong, and that I think is indicative of the issue of maybe this wasn't the best parenting moment. But
Mhm.
like,
Uh-oh.
ah, the mouse vanished.
I'm rejoining you in a second. There we go.
Hey, there we go.
VTube Studio had a tiny stroke. Everything's
That's
fine.
magic trick. I know.
Magic trick.
Watch me pull
Watch me make
this.
this mouse disappear.
Exactly. But no, my dad took one of our one of our Dreamcasts that we had and broke it.
Oh no.
I remember there was one time where I really pissed him off, and he snapped the lid off of a Nintendo GameCube and made me carry it around for like a week. And I, to this day, do not
Aw.
remember what I did. I
Yeah, well,
don't.
that's the thing. 90% of the time, when you think you're punishing somebody, they're going to remember what you did to them or what you said, not what they did to apparently deserve it. Like,
Mm-hmm.
the impact of what you do and how
Yeah,
you handle a situation means so much more than whatever the offending act was 90% of the time, especially as a kid.
exactly. It's why, like, obviously, if the kid does something heinous, they're like horrendously bad. Like, if the kid takes the family car keys, then drives the car into a fucking wall. After you're like, all right, are you safe? Are you good? Are any of
Mhm.
your bones broken? You know, after the checklist
Yeah.
of their livelihood's done. At that point, I can get there being kind of a more severe punishment. But like,
Mhm.
uh, at least for me personally, all that did was kind of stick me with this awful feeling of, all right, I'd never want anyone to buy anything from me, because his response was, "It's my money. I
Because
can
it's
spend
something that
it."
can be taken away from you.
Yep.
Yeah. No, I
Um.
can understand that.
Fucking. I'm slowly I'm still learning to undo that, because every now and again, like, Bean
Yeah.
has sat there and been like, do you want me to send you some nail polish? I'm like, no. And, like, I sat there afterwards, I'm like, that's mean to my partner, because she just wants to help me feel gender affirmed, and I'm screaming at her, no, don't do that.
Yeah, and you're just kind of caught in that middle ground of like you want to, because you know that the thing you're responding to, the reason you're responding to it that way is because you've got stuff that you need to work through. And I'm like, I don't want to take this out on you. This is why I'm feeling this way. I'm sorry, you're gonna have to kind of work with me on this a little bit. I've had that with Candy like a ton of times, and I've become a healthier partner due to that, which is I'm very thankful for. And I've had conversations with my mom about things she said or did that left
Mhm.
a lasting impression in a way she did not mean it to. Cause like, especially
Mhm.
because like as they get older as well, a lot of times parents will forget that they did the bad thing to you, but
Oh,
they'll
yeah.
joke about the thing that they punished you for.
The thing that was a lasting impression to you, especially because as you get
It was like a
older...
Tuesday for them.
Yeah, exactly. As you get older, just certain
Yeah.
days roll together, right? Like, so I'm not gonna get on this topic, just because it's a little bit deeper than I want the stream to get. But
Yeah, I
there
figure
have
like
been...
after this we'll like move on to the next part.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But there has been a few things where I brought up my mom that she just generally does not remember saying to me, and we're still working on trying to get, that apology.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not looking for an apology, but like we're trying to
An acceptance.
get an acceptance of it and trying to figure out how to move forward. And I'm glad that that's happening.
Yeah. Cause the thing is, sometimes you don't want an apology, you want acknowledgement that they recognize that they did do something. Because, like, even if they don't mean to, it can feel accidentally gaslighting.
Mm-hmm. God. And Envy, that's good that you're working on keeping that communication. Again,
Mhm.
we're going back to the earlier topics of like way earlier during the first question. We're all people, and what matters is not what you do, but how you take what you, like, the wrong that you did, and what you do better going forward the next time.
Yeah. Ownership and improvement.
Ah, I just whacked my knee against the desk.
Oh,
I'm
no!
down.
Oh, no. Oh, ankle down.
Ah.
Somebody get a cross!
Excuse me, no! The fallen angle. You throw the cross at me, it'll
Throw it
hurt.
upside down. Throw it
Alright.
upside down.
Sure, that one will work. Alright. Moving on. So, going from talking about harshest thing we did as a child, this one is a little bit one of the, in my opinion, one of the harder questions that's on the list.
Mm-hmm.
But speaking of moments where we probably weren't at our best and we did something wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Again, you're leaving, omitting as many details as you want, because you should not feel pressure to talk fully about it, but
Yeah.
what is the harshest thing you told someone that you still kind of regret?
So this one is one that I looked at and I was kind of like, I don't know like what I was going to pick to say, because I do know the harshest thing I have ever told to someone. I do know what that is, but in full honesty, I don't know if I could say I regret it.
Mm-hmm.
Although at the same time, I do. Like, although I think it's more, I regret the circumstances that brought me to that point of saying that more than I regret the thing I said itself.
Mm-hmm.
And I apologize, this is gonna get a little real.
Alright. The
So-
content forwarding on you, chat, then. This section might get a little real. If you feel uncomfortable, come back
Yeah.
in like half an hour. I have a funny one planned for after this question.
Yeah. So alright, so I mentioned earlier, it's been me and my mom since I was like a kid. Right?
Yeah.
The reason for that is because the person who was the requirement for my creation was a shithead.
Mm-hmm.
And there were multiple instances in my life where they were given an opportunity to get to know me, and we would like talk for a little bit, and then it's like they forgot I existed again. And it wasn't because I'd stopped trying, is that they never cared. That kind of thing. So I sent them a message on Father's Day.
All
when
right.
I was in my mid-20s. It was after the, I want to say, third attempt of theirs, stating that they wanted to get to know me and they wanted to, improve the relationship. And I told them that last time, okay, you have to be the one that actually puts in the effort. Then you have to do this. I have to specify, one of the other reasons I don't feel bad about saying this is because I reached out to them once to see if they wanted to get coffee. And they were like, hey, sorry, who's this? And I went, your daughter? And the oh shit response I got afterwards of like, haha, just kidding, I just new phone. And I'm like, sure. So
Homie.
I had them on So I had them on Facebook. That was actually how we got reconnected that last time, was them reaching out to me and messaging me through Facebook, because it was my first actual try to reach out to them. They messaged me back on Facebook 3.5 years after I had messaged them on Facebook, and they acknowledged that they had seen it. They acknowledged that they'd seen it for a long time, and so we tried to reconnect. Obviously, it fell apart. So at some point in my mid-20s, about, I want to say 2 years after we tried to reconnect for the last time, and again, they were just failing on all fronts, I sent them a message on Father's Day. And I went through all the feelings I had that I'd been bottling up since I knew what had happened at the age of 7. So I sent them a message on Father's Day telling them all the ways that they weren't one. And also ended that message saying, Happy Father's Day to the man who never was one.
Holy shit. Holy
Yeah,
fuck.
no, I kind of went scorched earth. I'm not gonna lie. No
Holy
love lost,
fuck.
though, to be honest. And my only real regret is that I told my mom that I'd sent it. Because the funny thing was, I think like a few weeks later or so, we got talking about him again, because every now and then he comes up in conversation, and she's, in her cases, she's mostly just disappointed in him more than anything else, which, valid. I'm the one filled with spite and venom. So, like, she's forgiven him. She has much more grace than I do.
I think it's, well, to your credit, I think it's a lot, this is gonna sound weird, I think it's easier to forgive a lover than it is to forgive a parent. Because,
to be totally honest, she admitted this to me at some point later on, that she never really loved him. They've always been friends, but when they went from being friends to trying to date, she realized at one point that they weren't right for each other, and then he proposed to her. She said, I don't think that's a good idea. He pulled off to the side of the road and started crying, and she said, okay, I'll marry you. So it wasn't really love from the start, and they admitted years later that they were much better friends than they were partners, but yeah.
Holy Can I say something a little mean to him?
No, go for it, please.
Alright, just want to make sure. The credit to him where it's due, he's so good at being pitiful, he got the pity marriage. Like, holy shit.
Yeah, man got a pity marriage and a pity child out of it.
What the fuck?
Yeah, no, it was, wow. It was, honestly, it's one of those things where, like, you know how, like, as a kid, you're like, oh, I wish I had blank. I wish I had this in my life. I wish I had that. If you're a kid that broke up in a poor family, you're like, I wish my family had money. If you're a kid that has a single parent household, at some point or another, you think to yourself, man, I wish I had 2 parents, or I wish I had a bigger family, all that stuff, right?
If you're a single child, you wish you had a brother or a sister or something.
Yeah, see, I had both of that. I'm an only child that had only one parent, and all of my family, Holland. So it was literally me and my mom against the world. And every day I saw the shit she had to deal with and all the stuff she had to fight with every fucking day. So for me, it was really like, I really had a lot of spite. So I kind of took it out on him in a big old way. But yeah, Ironically, the one good thing that came out of that marriage was my mom got to meet my grandfather on that side before he passed, and he was a lovely person. He was genuinely like, okay, okay. I don't think I've ever shared this in public beyond close relations, so it's fun.
Mm-hmm.
On the way to the wedding, because it was being held in the backyard of his parents' place.
All right.
His dad was driving my mom to the wedding, and they hit a street that like was a crossroads. One way, and I'm not kidding, a literal crossroads. One direction went to their house where the wedding was taking place. The other went to the ferry because they were on the island.
Mm-hmm.
And it would take my mom back to the mainland. He stopped the car. He took the keys out of the ignition. He looked at my mom and said, "You don't have to do this." His own dad was giving my mom an out.
I want to meet this man and shake his hand and be like, you don't know me, you have no reason to know me, but I think you are one of the best men in this world. We don't deserve you. Holy shit.
He was always there for my mom all the way up, and even after the divorce, like he would try to like get in touch with my mom and be like, "Hey, I hope you and your kid are doing okay," and all that stuff. But his wife hit my sperm donor's mom hated my mom's guts. And so he couldn't like stay in consistent contact. And my mom had asked him once, like, "Do you ever want to like go grab coffee?" And he's like, the wife, I have to stick by her, because they'd been married for years.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, the man's committed, and I respect that. But at no point did he ever make my mom feel like less than, and he took her in like she was family. And I really appreciated that about him. He was fucking sweetheart. He also taught me how to lasso a horse by teaching me with a skip rope and a plushie. It was great. He was a fucking sweetheart.
Hell yeah.
But yeah, like it was, oh God. It was one of those moments where like she genuinely realized how much that this man's father cared more about her and her well-being than he did. But she was like, "No, I made that commitment. I said that promise. I have to stick to it." And he's like, "Okay." And turns the car back on, and they drove to the wedding.
Holy shit.
Yeah, and literally my only real regret was telling my mom that I'd said anything to him.
Mm-hmm.
Because it was a couple weeks after Father's Day. We got to discussing about him at some point. And I'd mentioned, I was like, yeah, I may or may not have left a slightly scathing statement about him and my opinions of him and his treatment of you as I was growing up. And she's like, "Oh, so you like posted it on like a public forum or something?" And I'm like, "No, I DM'd it to him." She's like, "What?" I'm like, "Yeah, I may or may not have actually like messaged it directly to him, so I saw the read receipt to know he got it." It's like, "Oh my God, Reina, why did you do that?" And I'm like, "I had a point to make." I had a point to make and time on my hands.
How old were you when you made that point at that point? Or when you made that message at that point?
When I messaged him that, I was in my mid-20s. So this is about like speak of the devil, my mom's calling. 1 second.
You need to go and answer. Yeah, go ahead. Hi, chat. How are we doing? For those that aren't in the ad break right now. We doing good? And, real quick, chat. Can we all... Beef. What do you mean, beef? How are you doing beef? Don't stick your dick in beef. That's not good. Drawn? Hell yeah. Hopefully you're getting good drawing done. No, but seriously, chat. I said this earlier, and I'm gonna say it again at the end of the stream, but holy shit, I'm glad that we have Reina here for this first fucking comeback to this tonight. Holy shit, this has been delightful. Want to see the sky I drew from scratch during the stream? Sure, go ahead! Not a good day, but these things happen. Raina's a good mouse. Oh yeah, no, Raina's fucking delightful. Legitimately one of the nicest people I've ever gotten to meet while doing all this. It's why, like, when I was thinking of the reformat for this whole, like, you know, confessional booth thing, I was like, who would be someone great to get on first that would help me kind of figure out the feel of how this is gonna go? Raina was the first person to come to mind. She's a fucking
Aw,
doll.
you're so sweet.
Wow!
Also, I'm
wow! Coming back while I'm complimenting you. Wow!
What can I say? My big mousy ears were burning. Also, the hilarity that was in fact my mom that was calling. And it was to tell me not to buy her a specific CD for Mother's Day because she was like, it's too expensive, and I'm like, no, it's not. Don't worry about it. She's like, I'm just no, and I'm like, but you didn't let me buy
The
you a
fact
Christmas
that
gift or a
she-
birthday gift.
Imagine sitting there seeing a CD and be like, I have to call my daughter. I need to make sure she doesn't buy this for me. What a good parent.
When I was like, nah, mom, I already ordered it. It's like, it's on the way. It's being shipped. And she's like, no, you shouldn't. I'm like, calm down. It's
Too
fine.
late.
So like,
Well,
and the other thing as well is apparently I bought like one of the last ones that were like on sale, whereas the other ones that she was looking at were like $20 more than what I paid. And I'm like, no, seriously, mom, it's fine. And then she's like, well, how much was it? And I'm like, it was like $32. And she's like, well, that's still too much. I'm like, not when you didn't let me buy you either a Christmas or a birthday gift. So no, it isn't. Consider it $10 spent on each holiday I missed. All right. Like, and I'm like, Mom, I love you. I have to get back to work, but it's already ordered. You can't stop me. Neener. I love you, and I'll see you Monday.
Hell yeah. No, I'm gonna level. I'm gonna tell you something. This is a personal, not guilt thing, because I don't feel guilty for doing this, but a thing that I do to my buds that vehemently hate gifts. I say as someone that vehemently hates gifts. So if someone tells me, no, you don't have to buy it for me, even if I haven't bought it yet, my response is, oh, I already bought it, it's being sent.
Yep. No, same. I literally bought it while I was having a conversation with her earlier, because I take my mom grocery shopping on Mondays, and so like we were chatting about it, and she was like, I know what I want for Mother's Day, and I'm like, okay, what is it? And she's like, chat, you're welcome to look this up. It's a pretty decent band. Doug and the Slugs, greatest hits. And I'm like, what?
Doug and the Slugs?
Doug and the Slugs, greatest hits. And I'm like, oh, okay. And so I look it up and I'm like, greatest hits album, Doug and the Slugs. And it comes up, the name of the album is called Slugology 101. And I was like, well, now I have to buy it just for that name. And I was like, and so I asked her, I was like, Slugology 101? And she's like, yeah, that's it. And I'm like, all right, cool. And I just hit order. Because it was on for like 15% off or something like that anyway. So I was like, fuck it, I'm just buying it now.
I'm adding that to my listen to later list.
Things to listen to.
My
Doug
God.
and the Slugs.
Doug and the Slugs. Listen, one of my favorite bands of all
10
time
years
is
of Slugs.
One of my favorite bands of all time is named Space Slugs. So so far, even though I only have one example, I haven't been disappointed by a band with the word slug in their title yet.
Exactly.
Also, Switch, just so that you don't think I didn't see it, I did see the sky you drew. It's very pretty.
Ooh,
Oh my
I want to
gosh.
see.
Oh, hold on, let me...
Oh!
Switch,
I just saw it flash on screen.
Yeah.
Pretty.
Hold on, let me pull it back up.
Yes, thank you.
I pulled it up and then when I don't know if I have permission to share this. So, do I have permission to share this, Switch?
The sudden oops.
The sudden oops of, wait, hold on, I'm performing a faux pas. Do I have that permission?
How could you?
Drumroll. Yeah, it's not important. It's part of a gift. Alright, look at the sky. It's very pretty.
Oh, that's gorgeous. That's
Uh-huh.
so pretty.
God.
Lovely.
Switch, your art do good.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. So, I think that's probably the best segue we're ever gonna have to get onto the next question. Thank you, Mother Mouse. So Reina, you recently went to Australia, right?
Yes.
While vacations are great, vacations are wonderful, vacations heal the soul, sometimes we have moments during vacations that are the nightmare stories, the things that aren't as good, maybe the things that are frustrated. Sometimes we're assholes about it, sometimes we're not. But what during the Australia vacation was probably the thing that frustrated you the most? If you had something that
Ooh.
frustrated you.
So, well, my least favorite thing was the thing that made me break my glasses.
Alright.
So I have shared this story. I will say, for those of you who have arachnophobia, this is probably not a good story to hear. So don't listen for the next like 15-ish minutes. So yeah, content warning, spider discussion. In a moment.
Content warning, spider discussion, yeah.
Yeah. So there's a creature, a specific spider called the orb weaver. BC has them, but they're usually not very big. They're usually about the size of your thumb, maybe less, like your thumbnail, I should say. The ones in Australia, as is most things within Australia, decided,
Fucking huge.
fuck that, we're gonna do a challenge, and they're huge. They're like the size of a decent-sized grape. They're chonky and big, but here's the thing. They're not very aggressive spiders. They're actually pretty fucking chill. If you've ever seen, like, an actual, like, spider web that's in the corner of, like, your window or something, that's more than likely an orb weaver. Because they're just, like, they're chill predators. Here's the thing, though. They're still bugs that still react to things. So I was on the drying line. We had a washing machine outside the place that we were
I need to
staying.
interrupt you real quick, because as
God.
someone that's owned 40 tarantulas, you said they're still bugs, and that just set off every
Sorry, they're
alarm.
arachnids.
Thank you! Continue!
You're welcome. You're welcome. Sorry, I wasn't thinking about it. They're still arachnids.
There we go.
And arachnids are known to respond to certain stimuli. Some
Correct.
of that being flashing or glinting of lights or certain kinds of movement, right? So in Oz, it's summer when we were there, so we could do our wash in the machine, but then we would hang stuff on the drying line. The drying line looked very homemade. It was essentially a bunch of metal pipes made in a pseudo umbrella shape. But they weren't capped off at the ends like most lines are. So, between a few of these and on the ends of a few of these are a couple of these orb weavers, so I gave them a pretty wide berth. I usually gave them at least a foot of space to make sure that they knew I wasn't trying to trench on their territory. I just wanted to hang up my fucking underwear. So, I'm doing my thing. I don't notice that there's one appearing from the middle post that also has no cap in it, so I guess that was probably like one of their homes, so me turning the thing was rattling their home a little. And it made its way down a line that at the time when I looked at it had no spider on it. It made its way down the line. I looked up, and I'm guessing the glint off of my sunglasses caught its attention, and it took a flying leap at my face. It hit the lens, and in my panic, I smacked my glasses off my face so hard that either I stepped on them without realizing it after I moved, or they hit something, but they broke at the bridge.
Aww.
Also, my Candyman in here. Hi, Candy.
Hi. Love you.
Love you.
Bye.
Aw, sweet.
He brought me a sandwich.
Hell yeah, what kind of sandwich?
I got a Chachi's turkey and cranberry with brie.
Oh.
With, like, arugula. It's really good, and it's got, like, apple slices and stuff in it. It's really good.
Don't make me hungry right now. I will. Yeah, my stomach is still recovering from the food deficit I had after the fucking drink stream we had Saturday with tea. Cause, like, for straight, like, 18 hours after that, I could not eat. My stomach was like, no, you
oh
fucked
no.
up. You made oopsies.
Oh no. But yeah, other than that, I think the most frustrating thing that happened on the Australian trip was right at the beginning of it, actually.
Mm-hmm.
So, we were there for someone's wedding.
All
Um,
right.
so we were staying. Uh, we left Canada on Christmas because that would mean we got there in time to go to their like pre-wedding dinner thing they wanted to do with their friends and
Mm-hmm.
like the members of the wedding party. Um and now the flight between Canada to Australia in a single shot is about anywhere from 13 to 15 hours depending on turbulence and time, right?
Mm-hmm.
So we get there in about 14ish hours. It was a terrible flight. We had a person who was pretending to be a contortionist in the seat next to us. It was awful. Um,
What?
and yeah, it was somebody who was like trying to adjust to make things comfortable for them to sleep to the point where they sat in their footwell with their legs across the aisle until one of the staff members told them they had to change and move. Um, at one point, Candy raised the arm for his seat, and that guy took that as an opportunity to sit in Candy's space, literally pressing his back against Candy's shoulder.
No.
Yeah,
What the
it
fuck?
was a rough flight. It was a rough flight. Um, but I don't know if it was where we went to eat for the group get together, like the day or so before the wedding.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if it was like jet lag plus a bunch of other things and like body ick and all that. But I spent almost an entire day of one of our very limited days in Sydney because the wedding was taking place in Sydney. I spent an entire day in cold sweats and stomach cramps and barely able to keep down any food, and I was suffering, and the only real interaction I had with anyone that day was Candy when he came to check in on me, and he felt so bad too because the poor guy's like, so like all the groomsmen and some of the dads and some of the other gents from the wedding are getting together to go to the beach and doing this thing, but I told them, like, I wanted to talk to you first, and I'm like, "No, you should go." And he's like, "Are you sure?" And I'm like, "Well, what the fuck are you gonna do for me here? Like, I'm suffering internally. This isn't like my heart is breaking. I need you for emotional support. This is no, I'm greeting the porcelain throne every like 15 minutes. I don't want you to see me like this right now. So no, like you should go. You should go have fun." And one of the other groomsmen, his girlfriend, absolute fucking sweetheart. I ended up adoring her. We spent so much time together during the times that we could during the trip. I love her to pieces, and that was definitely a bonding moment where she's texting me and going, "Do you need anything? Do you want me to bring you like soup or something? Like, do you guys have food in the hotel?" And I was like, "We didn't get a chance to do any grocery shop before we like got settled in, and we had to like we've been going out all the time, so we had no means of like actually taking care of it anything." So the absolute sweetheart went and got me a breakfast steak sandwich to give me something to eat and got me a cup of soup and a really nice smoothie to like help me feel better while I'm like suffering in this hotel room. And then like later in the evening she has like, "Are you feeling any better?" And I'm like, "I'm feeling okay. Like I'm still feeling pretty crap." And she's like, "Do you want to come hang out in my hotel room? Like, I've got extra blankets. Like, we'll throw something on the TV and I'll order us takeout and like we'll just hang out and snack and you can use my bathroom as many times as you need." I'm like, "Oh my God." Like, so it was so nice, but it was so frustrating because like it essentially killed an entire day of my trip's plans because my
Mm-hmm.
body hated me that day.
Ugh. Gross.
Yeah, I felt awful. I felt like a bog creature.
The worst part is you never
Ugh.
want to feel like you're the one that's holding up a vacation, right? Because
Mhm.
even if you have like an entire week planned, we've all been there. We've all sat there and wait, the vacation's over already? So like,
Mhm.
when
And it
you
was right at the start of it too. So like the last thing I was going to do was make Candy wait for me.
mm-hmm. God. I sympathize. Fucking, I still feel really guilty over, cause, like, thankfully I didn't get sick, but, like, fucking, the last, like, big trip I did, out to, with, T coming here for PAX, or even this last PAX, cause Fluffs drove down for it. Holy shit,
Oh yeah,
suddenly I
Fluffs
still
and you
feel-
got to hang out.
Yeah, so I still feel really bad for part of that trip because, so long story short, I normally get a hotel up closer to Boston than where I live. This year, because my group, didn't, like, I had buds that were going, but that had already had their own, had their own groups and had formed their own hotel stuff and things like that. I effectively was, like, I thought I was going by myself up until, like, the last 2 weeks beforehand, so did not have the time to book a hotel, right? Only in the last 2 weeks did both my buddy Christian, my buddy, Fluffs, well, my buddy, Fluffs, cause you know Fluffs,
I know Fluffs.
that, either of those two hit me up. So I didn't book a hotel, so the plan was to drive in and out from where I live to Boston. It's doable, it's just traffic fucking sucks, because, fun fact, Boston on several different, people's lists was listed as, while one of the most walkable cities in America, one of the worst to drive in, but it's fine, because we have a commuter rail that goes all the way from, my place to South Station, and South Station's a 10-minute walk to the convention center, so the plan was just to take that. The day Fluffs arrives, we go on the commuter rail, we're riding the commuter rail there, and it stops a few stops away from South Station. Being like, hey, we're having to do emergency maintenance, so all of you are going to need to take the transfer over to the Red Line, which is a subway. First things first, the Boston subway system has the most derailing out of every subway system in the United States, more than every other city that has a subway system combined. Yeah, the Boston, I love it. And B, that was Saturday. No King's Day was also that day. There was also a Bruins game that day. So, the subway lines, were going slow and were packed in like sardines. It was the worst nightmare, and like trying to get back was and I still feel really bad because the poor Fluffs is like relying on me to be a guide, and I feel like I'm not doing well as a guide, and you never want to feel like that. The fucking homeboy already yelled at me saying that I was a lovely host, but
that's such a feeling though.
You never want to be the one to hold up the vacation, right?
Well, you never want to be the one to hold up the vacation, and you never want to feel like you're letting someone down or not meeting an expectation.
Mm-hmm.
Especially if you're the one planning the vacation, too.
Oh, yeah. God.
I know that was one of Candy's big worries when we went to Australia, because my thing to him was, all right, this is how it's going to roll out. I'm going to foot the bill out the gate for this trip to make sure that we can go so you can be with your best friend on his big day. And, like, also, I took a bite out of my sandwich, and apparently I ate it a little too fast. My apologies.
You're not a fish. There you go. That'll cure your hiccups. Just remember that.
I am not a fish.
Yeah.
I did also just chug some brisk while holding my breath, so that should help. Don't ask me why that works, but it usually does.
That's fine.
But yeah, so the thing I told him was, there's a few things I want to do, but you need to be the one to plan this. You need to space out this, because we're going to be there for 3 weeks. You get to plan. This is our vacation, but I want you to plan this. And every now and then he'd be like, I'm so sorry. I feel like I'm not keeping up with what we wanted to do. And we're having so many just down days. And I'm like, I hate to tell you this, my love, but did you forget that I am in fact a lazy bint that's still getting used to being slightly more physically active? Because I've gone through waves of I am physically active and I am lazy. So I was like, we have been out in the sun so much over the last God knows how long. So a day inside watching cartoons and trying kangaroo. All right, that's fine. I'm fine with this. I'm not upset by this. Also, kangaroo, surprisingly good.
I've never eaten kangaroo, and I've always wanted to.
It's genuinely quite nice. It's as far as gamey meats go, not that bad.
What would you compare it to?
Ooh.
Hold that thought real quick.
Maybe a raid.
Yeah, hi Raiders! Hello, welcome on in Raiders, welcome on in! For those of you joining us for the first time, my name is Varandel Voidstar, a Fallen Angel Thrones and variety VTuber, and tonight I'm joined by the one, the only, the lovely Reina the Mouse. And
Hi.
we are here doing the return and first episode of my Fallen Confessions, a Twitch.tv confessional booth. How we doing, Yuki? How is stream? How's my favorite Goomba doing?
Hi, Yuki.
Hi, Yuki.
Adore your face. You're talented. You're cool.
Mm-hmm. Very wonderful, Sweet Bean. We're having fun with the Gator game. What's the Gator game? Feel free to let me know. And obviously Yuki as well, if you need to run and do post-stream wrap-up, post-stream self-care, do go take care of yourself. Lil Gator game. Is that actually the title of it?
Oh, I've heard about this game, actually. Yeah.
Oh, it looks cute! I've seen photos of
It
it!
looks super charming.
I need to add this to the list of shit I'm going to play. It looks cute. I
Agreed.
miss mascot platformers. Hi,
Yeah,
Soko.
it looks
I see
super
you there
charming.
as
It's on my
well.
wish list because it's so cute.
Hell yeah.
But
yeah, again, if you two need to raid and run, I get it. Fucking right now for those coming on in, hi, I've just spaced everything I was about to say. The stream that we're having right now is my Fallen Confession stream. Again, it's a twitch.tv confessional booth. It's kind of, think a podcast interview show under the guise of a confessional booth, as me, an angle with my own realm that I judge folks from, are bringing different VTubers in to sit down into this confessional booth and be forced to confess their sins on different questions I do have for them. We're currently talking a little bit about vacations. We had just hit up on that one. What I do exist. That's what you did. All good beans get shouted out in my chat. Alrighty. So, I think that's a good enough reason to move on to our next question and to dive into that for chat.
Oh, good.
Reina, actually,
Yeah.
speaking of pirates,
Yeah.
it's time. So,
Oh, God.
obviously, some folks, you know, we all, different people have different gimmicks that they are tied to their VTuber. Some know more about their gimmick than others. What is your little, how do I want to phrase this? Little imposter syndrome moment when it comes to being a pirate? What is an honest confession you have to something you don't know that you feel as a pirate VTuber you probably should?
I don't actually know what 90% of what a pirate ship stuff is called. No, okay, no, but for real. So, like, all right. So, I need to explain the reason I am a pirate. What I as a little mouseling experienced and went, yes, that for the rest of my life. That. I was heinously into the steampunk era when it was popular. That included
Reina,
trilbies with cogs on them.
Reina, I'm gonna I need to
yes.
interject real quick. You and me would have, I know we're friends now, you and me would have been best friends growing up because both bronies, both in the steampunk era, both in the pirates. Hi.
Yep. Hi. Yeah, no, I would have been having you over for fucking sleepovers and, like, just watching all sorts of content together and just shooting the shit. 100%. So, I straight up don't actually know a lot about pirates, like the actual, like, the equipment that is used. ships in general. Because here's the thing, I am street smart, vehicle stupid. I do not know 90% of most things about vehicles going from A to B.
Mm-hmm.
I know shit all about cars. I know fuck all about planes. I know very little about ships, pirate and or otherwise. Um, a lot of my experience, as most people's experience with things of the piratey nature and all that kit and caboodle, is through social media and through entertainment media.
Mm-hmm.
So I, as a youngling, was introduced to Pirates of the Caribbean, but that was not what made me into a pirate. No, I just thought, I did not understand why those men and women in those outfits did things to me emotionally. That was just a learning experience for little Reina of a different kind. I didn't understand why I was jealous and said I wanted to be the one to marry Elizabeth Swann. I figured that out years later. No, the thing that turned me into a pirate VTuber, and specifically a Sky Pirate VTuber, was Skies of Arcadia. And the irony that it wasn't until another 15 or so years later I discovered who Captain Harlock was, and realized I'd completely missed the boat on another space-faring, non-traditional pirate that I really need to, and I still haven't seen Captain Harlock, and I need to. But yeah, a lot of my introduction to pirates was of media pirates, not actual pirates, not the functionality of all of what they did and do, and also what it is that they used in the day-to-day of functioning.
Mm-hmm.
And the only reason this fully feel free to shame me on this. The only reason I know port and starboard is because port has the same number of letters as left. So I know it's on the left side.
I can't show you. That's literally the method I use.
You're the reason I learned that.
Hell, hey!
We were playing Sea of Thieves together, and you brought it up, and I was like, oh my fuck, you're right. And that became my measurement. It's, okay, so straight up, it was like doing the hands thing when you're holding up your hands to figure out which one makes an L.
Yeah.
That, I was trying to remember which one has 4 letters in it.
Mm-hmm. It's
Also,
a good
hi, Kenny.
method!
Do you want to know some even worse brain porridge?
Let's hear it.
Used to be starboard and larboard.
That is correct. It used to be starboard and larboard.
I mean, that still technically counts then, because it's the one that starts with L,
The
so
L
it's the
is for
left
the left.
one.
Yeah, exactly.
L is for larboard. L is for larboard. That's
Larboard.
good enough for me. But yes, also that was that disembodied voice was my lovely fiance, the Candyman, Corporal Candy Bar. I adore that goober to pieces, and he's the only reason I survived my hike up the mountain the other day.
One of these days I gotta hang out with him. I've still yet to meet him.
I should drag y'all into like some sort of group thing together.
Hell yeah.
I'll make it happen. Also, Switch says my topical picture is set now.
Oh my, hold on. Switch, I'm allowed to show this off on stream, right? I'm gonna assume yes, but I'm gonna wait and make sure on that one. Alright.
The answer is yes, okay.
Pirate Pony Sona.
Cute!
Honestly, I dig it. I dig it. Also,
So,
mad
actually, as
respect
a-
for having a horse pony Sona. We don't. Most pony Sonas I see actually don't pull horse or earth pony.
Yeah, no,
Mad
a lot of them aren't
respect.
earth ponies. They're all fucking unicorns or Pegasi.
Yeah.
I'm one of them. I wanted to be a sky pirate, so mine was a Pegasus. But ironically enough, one of my favorite things in existence is the before they became Reverie, they went by Viva I'm a Toon Link,
All right.
and they made the last Saskatchewan pirate AMV using the provincial ponies,
Oh hell yeah.
and it's one of my favorite videos still to date. It fills me with joy every time I watch it, and it's really funny because I also recognize all the different provinces that get used throughout it, and it's great. But yeah, like, God, um, I I want to know more. I don't want to just be like I'm a pirate for fashion reasons. Like I don't want to be like I'm assuming this entire realm of culture and knowledge because I like the aesthetic. But being totally blunt, that is exactly why I became a pirate at the start was the aesthetic and the fact that my lineage does in fact have a myriad of wandering travelers and pirates on my mother's side.
Your
Which
mom
also
has
explains why
pirates
she's
in
a
the blood.
funky woman.
Your lineage does trace back to piracy.
Yep, it literally does. Like we have name records.
Holy shit.
And it's one of those things where like I do actually find like the stories and the lore behind certain characters and the infamy behind those that came through, and like shanties are literally some of my most, and pirate metalcore is like some of my favorite music, like hands down.
There's a reason why I've had the shanty and folk music playlist going this entire fucking time.
And you haven't been sharing?
I'm sorry. Look, it's just, at this point, it hit the end of the playlist, and Spotify is now just fucking freeballing it, so...
I did notice that. I did see... I did watch your stuff changing over to different things.
Yeah.
But, yeah, it's like, a big reason I became a Sky Pirate was because of Skies of Arcadia, of the GameCube. Which is not a surprise to anyone who spends more than half an hour with me. And especially now that I've got a fucking tattoo of it on my shoulder. But it's one of those things where like I got introduced to the concept and I liked the idea specifically of the Blue Rogues. Which were not good guys, but were also very obviously not the bad guys. Like, we still steal. We still plunder dungeons and crypts and hunt for treasure and take whatever happens to be laying around that no one that we care about or might need to care about. Yeah, but it's like it's the heart of gold dynamic for Blue Rogues versus Black Pirates, and that was something that was really appealing to me, is that you can be a good person while not always doing what's technically considered the right thing.
So, do you also agree that it's a fucking crime that, speaking of Pirates of the Caribbean, that the scene where Jack Sparrow says, people aren't cargo, mate, that being deleted was a fucking crime and needs to be in the third film, right?
100 fucking %.
God.
Because it shows that alone is such a statement to Jack's character.
Oh yeah.
That he's a scoundrel, but he's not a bastard.
Exactly. The thing that he as a character prioritizes over anything else is just freedom. That's what he wanted. It's, don't get me wrong, yeah, stealing treasure and gold and stuff like that is part of being a pirate, but that's more so because he sees currency as the middleman to more shit that like allows him to do what he wants, to be able to buy more rum and drink.
He understands capitalism is a devil that's on all of our backs.
Yep. God. Fucking... One of these days, I do need to sit you down, because there are as far as, like, my whole piracy stuff and my knowledge of how ships work, they come from two sources. First things first, I'm from New England, I'm from Massachusetts, and Massachusetts not only has a long history of piracy, but is tied into the golden age of piracy, because, you know, we're one of the 13 founding colonies of this fucking country. So, like, for example, like, there's two, like, pirate museums, one that recently opened up in Salem that I still haven't been to, and then one that's an older one. And then there's, like, another museum that's, like, fucking even near me, there's, like, 3 different nautical museums, one of which, I think what kickstarted my love of just nautical stuff in general, down in, New Bedford, Massachusetts, there is a whaling museum there that is fucking fascinating, because it goes over the history of whaling. And don't get me wrong, it does obviously the first thing you get before you get into the history is it talking about the impacts of whaling and the importance of whaling in the environment, to sit there and before be like, hey, whaling? Bad. Whales?
Yeah.
Good. Don't kill whales. But then after that, it does get into the history and the cultural importance and what it did in the industry, and it covers all that in the industries that were both brought up around whaling. And one of the neatest things that they had, and it's why being brought there as a kid was especially neat. They have I think it's like either half or 1/3 scale model of one of the whaling ships that famously served out of New Bedford's port. Which, keep in mind, New Bedford, while you probably have not heard the name of it, if you lived back during the 16 to 1700s, you would know it as the city that lights the world, because more so than any other city within New England and the Americas, it was the largest whaling city. So,
Okay.
but in there they have a 1/3 to a half size scale copy of one of the boats there, and when you get to take a kid onto that, who's, because kids are tiny, appropriately sized, I went, ships are cool. So I started learning a lot about fucking boats, and then eventually fucking through different pirate media went, let me learn about pirates. And then years later, a funky man with the username Bumbleborb moved up to New England and became my roommate for quite a while. And homeboy, his specialtism is U.S. history, especially the Confederate, fucking war between the Confederacy and the Union. Again, I could ask you ask him about any, especially wartime stuff in American history, and he can gone for hours. But nautical stuff is something he knows a lot about. So, like, a lot of just the inner workings of ships and things like that. He also helped fill in the gaps of where I had, because I went from having a general idea to having a hard idea about it. Admittedly, I'm gonna throw him under the bus right now, and this is not a tease at you, this is not a bully, but when he was working on the reference for your ship, he was being
thinking about that!
He was being a little nitpicky. He didn't want to say anything because it's like, this is an art piece. I'm not gonna sit here and be rude about it. This isn't my art. This isn't my ship. But man, as somebody who knows a lot about ships, he had some nitpicks. He had a few here and there, and I'm just like, you can.
I'm not even slightly surprised.
You can bring them up to radar, and he's like, "No, I'm just drawing the art because it's what the client wants." And I'm like, Comey, I'm sure she would be delighted. So I'm throwing him under the bus right now.
Yeah, I will say, massive props to Borb for the fact that I didn't know what I was trying to ask for, so I was just using, like, rough directionals, and I'm like, I don't know, the front of the ship. And they're like, okay, well, this part, this. I'm like, I don't know! And I'm like, me Googling the terms that Borb is using, and I'm like, no, this bit. And he's like, oh, why didn't you just say that? I'm like, because I didn't know what it was called!
God, yeah, he told me about a few of those interactions. Again, very professional of him. He didn't want to make you feel bad, but, like, he had his nitpicks. I appreciate that.
Borb, if you ever hear this, if you ever are listening, for the love of God, I would have been okay with it, because holy shit, that probably would have saved us a couple of headaches that you and I had to deal with when we got towards the end, where we both were frustrated and angry, and you accidentally made me feel stupid because you were trying to not make me feel stupid. And I thought you hated me.
I can tell you this right now. It was never, in any of the times he vented, it was never angled at you. It was more so just...
No, I understand that, but, like, genuinely, it was... You ever, like, work with someone and you're not super familiar with them, so you don't know how to read them? And I was... Like, in me and Borb's case, I was like, I felt extra nervous because they were your friend. And I was like, man, they're gonna tell V I suck. And it's gonna be awful. And I'm gonna be stupid. And it was all of these things. Because, like, I am genuinely, like, a nervous person when it comes to, like, actively working with someone I've never worked with before.
Mm-hmm. Because you never want to leave the wrong impression.
I knew you. Yeah, I knew you. I didn't want to leave a wrong impression with Borb and then fucking torpedo. like some of our friendship because I failed with Borb so bad. And I genuinely, there were times where Borb accidentally made me feel stupid with their wording because it felt like they were talking to me like I was a child rather than just outright explaining the thing that they were trying to talk about, like, or like asking me like, do you know what this is? And I can be like, no, please circle it for me or tell me what it's called. I would have preferred that because there were times where it was like an oopsie on that one.
I think so. I can tell you exactly what. Knowing this man and hearing him vent and just seeing some of the interaction, I can tell you exactly probably why he chose the phrasing he did, even though it wasn't probably the best phrasing. And you trust me when I can sit there and say this. If I ever get you two into a fucking call about this afterwards, even he would be like, yeah. So
I mean, it's far so far under the bridge at this point.
Oh yeah, of course. Funny enough, he's actually started VTubing. He became a VTuber. I'm proud of him.
Yeah,
but,
I saw that. Congrats.
How do I want to phrase this? He picked up quickly that, oh, I probably know more about, like, nautical terminology and ships than Reina, but I don't want to sit there and blatantly tell her, so I'm gonna try and take the indirect route as to not offend. But, in my personal experience, as someone who's seen many conversations go by, sometimes not being blunt it makes things worse.
Yep. Well, because it's like the language used to dance around trying not to sound blunt can accidentally sound condescending.
Yes. Absolutely.
And that's what ended up happening between me and Borb, where I actually had to go like, hey, did I piss you off or something? Because, like, you sound so rude to me right now, and I can't tell if it's just because text is shit or I actually did something wrong, and I need you to tell me. Like, we figured it out. We ended on good terms. I'm very thankful for that. But yeah, it was definitely a moment of, like, two communication styles that did not mesh well together.
I mean, to be fair, he also, and I say this lovingly of him, DMs like a fucking, not, I don't want to say like a boomer, but like a dad. So, like,
no, you're right, though.
A lot of his responses are so cut and dry, and you're like, are you mad or are you just getting to the point? And if he tries
when someone just says, okay, and then nothing else beyond it, it's that to me reads like, oh, I upset you somehow, didn't I? Especially if it's like, primarily if it's someone I know. But if it's someone I don't know, I'm going to have to, there's a part of my brain that's like, I have to take grace and assume that they just literally mean okay.
Yep. He's gotten to a habit with me because we had this problem a few times. If if he does message me something and he's like, that probably came off as harsh to me, he'll immediately follow it with, he has so many memes on his phone. He'll just send a really dumb esoteric meme of like a bird with one leg that says laser or something like that. Like, he'll send that to cover afterwards. Yeah.
Yeah, it's like it's like when people do like the slash joking slash sarcastic, just to let you know, like, I'm not being serious about this. I'm not upset with you. I'm not mad. I promise.
All right, hold on. I need to put Lady, if you're still listening, I need to put you on blast. Reina, go look at the fan art channel of my Discord real quick.
Ironically, I was just in your Discord, but let me go take a look.
Lady, what the fuck?
Which subsection is it? Oh my god!
Lady! This shit's adorable! Holy hell! The fucking,
so
the burnt chocolate!
The burnt chocolate, no, lady, you nailed my face expression when I pulled that bad boy out of the, when I pulled that bad boy out of the microwave and the cloud of smoke that came with it. That was roughly the look on my face of like, oh, this wasn't the goal.
Real quick, go save those. The file names Lady gives all her doodles are fucking great.
I just saw this is how you melt chocolate, right?
And the other one, tiny little maple mouse.
Oh! You spoil me. You're so fucking sweet.
Lady, you're cool.
Oh my god.
Oh, shit.
I'm kissing you on the forehead, lady. God.
No, you. Ladies,
The Candyman has,
please, both of you
quietly
deserve
snuck
forehead
into the office to
kisses.
snag something again. Hello, my love. Do you want to see what Lady drew of my when I burnt chocolate in my mom's bowl story?
Oh no. That is a tragedy.
Oh, all right.
Ah.
You gonna go take care of the wasp, or have you?
Well, the air duster can that I grabbed didn't have the long bit, so it wouldn't reach him.
Oh,
It just pissed him off.
yeah, I would.
Yeah, if I had the long hose nozzle, I would have got him. But yeah, so he's
Fair
still
enough.
lording over the kitchen. And
Oh,
being
dear.
very mad about it now.
Fair enough. Godspeed. If you need to seek refuge, you may come back.
God. The
I have
feeling
saved both of those because they're wonderful.
The feeling real quick, because I overheard that, the feeling of, oh
Yeah.
shit, there's a wasp in the house, and now the house is now a PvP zone. God.
Yeah, I had an air canister in my office, but it's missing the little straw thingy.
Mm-hmm.
So apparently that's just pissed off the wasp. We've been having a lot of wasps lately.
Yeah, my parents' house used to have one that was, so we had a wooden deck that led, or not deck, but like steps that led up to our front door. Some wasps just went, wood, and made the home right there. So, for the longest time, like, we had to battle making sure wasps didn't get inside the house, and so many did. God.
A couple tried to make home inside of Candy's side mirror of his car.
Real quick, hi Raiders! Welcome on into the Summoners Network, how we doing? Hi! Welcome on in, Raiders, welcome on in. For those of you joining us for the first time, I just scooted myself by accident. My name is Varendell
Get closer to the
Voidstar.
mouse for this one.
You get close to the, like, don't get me wrong, I like hanging near the mouse, but I didn't ask
for your raid
first.
message in my big old ear.
But welcome on in, Raiders. For those of you joining us for the first time, my name is Varendell Voidstar, a Fallen Angel Thrones and variety VTuber, and tonight I'm joined by the one, the only, the lovely Reina the Mouse.
Hello.
How we doing, Deco? Hi! Welcome on in. Currently tonight we are doing the first ever return episode of my Fallen Confession stream, a twitch.tv confession booth where I take some of my friends, drag them into here, and have them confess to different questions that I have to see whether or not they can get into the Hollowed. Hi, Din, as well. I see you out there. Do I have a Din command? I don't have a Din command.
Din.
Din. Well, welcome on in, and Deco as well if you need to raid and run. I know that post-stream wrap-up, post-stream self-care is very important, so please do go, feel free to do so. Otherwise, welcome to kick back and relax as me and Reina continue yapping.
Heck yeah.
Reina, do you want to introduce yourself to the Raiders real quick, by the way? Because I don't think I've let you do that for the last few, and I probably should.
Oh, they've gotten to know me real well over the last 3 hours when people have been showing up. They've learned a lot about me in the last few minutes. So
True.
I don't think I need much more introduction to that. But to the people who just showed up, hi, I'm Mouse, Maple Mouse, Kanada, Pirate? Question mark.
All that accurate. All that extremely accurate. Holy shit. But yeah, chat, this is, again, a confession booth. As I've mentioned before at the start of the stream, and as I try to reintroduce the folks, I am pretty much asking... It's a podcast style interview show, but it's being put into the the guise of a confession booth. So some of these questions...
Putting things into gays and guys?
Thanks. Yes, that's how that works. But no, we do touch up on some topics, but as always, because it is a confession booth, and the folks coming into here are effectively going to be confessing things that maybe they have not talked about before. While some light ribbing and ball busting's fine, we are not here to shame our guests, and if I see any of you shame my guest here, I will personally shoot at you with my eye lasers.
You. That'll be you.
Yeah, exactly. There's a reason I have the eye laser emote. It's one of my favorites. It's why, like, despite it being of the fucking first design, I have not gotten rid of it.
It's a good emote.
Yes. So incredibly V-coded. Lady, what are you implying? What are you saying? Are you trying to say
Whatever
something?
your heart says is true.
Anyone shames my mama mouse will get my axe. Exactly, Grunkle Dan. Also,
Hi.
hi, Grunkle
Thank you,
Dan.
Grunkle Dan. My living embodiment of a warm hug. Hello, Grunkle Dan.
That's so accurate for him.
Right? I have described this before. I will say it again. Grunkle Dan is the embodiment of a warm, comforting hug.
He
and
really
I will stand
is.
by that statement.
Dude's a big sweetheart.
I think the first time Grunkle heard me say that was during a long, long time ago when I was doing Raft Gals with Key and Graka. And I was just like, I was feeling the big feelings that day. And I was just like, Grunkle Dan, you're the best. You're like a big hug. You know that?
Aww.
Yeah.
God.
Yeah, exactly, Arma. No one shames the Milk Mouse. Only I'm allowed to shame myself. And that's a choice.
Look, we allow a little bit of self-deprecation as a treat when it's funny.
Shame. Shame.
Shame. So, to kind of round us back to the conversation we had just asked about, because Reina here's a pirate, if Reina had any confessions about stuff as a pirate VTuber that they feel they should know more. I do have one last side question on that before we move on to the next question. Because you
I will
mentioned
say
not
what I
knowing...
did was a pretty good segue into the next one when afterwards.
You know it is.
Do your sidecar question first. Let's hear it.
So you mentioned not knowing a lot of the how a ship works. How much about the history of piracy do you know? Like, of actual pirates?
In the same way that people say they love science, but they're actually just in lust with it, I'm kind of the same when it comes to piracy and its history. I am in lust with piracy. I am in lust with pirates. I've made no dedicated commitment, but hey, I'll definitely go on a date if we're in the same city. It's one of those things where, like, I know a few little stories here and there. Like, one of my favorites was the female pirate who would flash her opponents to startle them because they didn't know she was a woman when they were fighting her.
Mm-hmm.
That is one of my favorites. I do know a lot of the, like, realistic history of what pirates have turned into as well. As I mentioned before, piracy is, in fact, a part of my actual heritage lineage. But I have to specify specifically, I wasn't part of what was my family's lineage was not really what could be considered part of the golden age of piracy. We were Indonesian pirates.
Oh.
Yes. So, because a lot of my lineage is very, very mixed. Lots of European, but a very strong heartbeat in Indonesia, as well as a little bit of Chinese and African. So I'm a bit of a melting pot that just happened to favor a lot of cream.
I'm not 12 years old. I'm gonna ignore that joke. Anyway, it's right there.
I saw your face. I was like,
Did you know the lady pirate captain that really liked fruit and made her crew have fruit every day, making them one of the few crews that didn't get scurvy? Yes.
I did hear about that one.
Oh, God. There's so many good pirate, because, again, I have piracy museums. Braina, if you're ever in the area, I'm taking you down to Salem, not to stare at the spooky shit, but to go to the 2 different pirate museums that are there.
I mean, we could do both.
I mean, duh, we're gonna do both, but, like, you know.
Okay, good. Because I would like both.
They have the Halloween museum. Like, we're gonna go. Trust me, there are so much.
Oh my
I was
God,
down there
yes.
recently, and one of the other museums there, they have a museum of torture that has like a lot of old school torture devices in there. It's
Oh, I would be so fascinated by that.
Salem's so fucking cool. Right now I'm very close to divoting into just being like, I'm gonna rant about my favorite city for 2 hours. I'm not. But,
You and I should just grab together to like about that kind of shit because like I would love to hear about that.
more than would love to. But I do want to let you know one pirate, cause like, obviously there's the 4 big pirate lords, right? There's, Horny Gold, I'm forgetting one of them, Blackbeard, and then John Rackham after all that. But one
Yeah.
of my favorite pirates is one that's from Massachusetts, and I love him because he's fucking insane with a weird morality sense. So his name was Edward Lowe, or his pirate name would have been Ned Lowe. And he is a pirate that, holy shit. So he started his life as a pickpocket, and
A lot of them
had a
do.
wife. Yeah. Had a son with this woman. The son died within the first year. So again,
Oof.
it was 17. So like, healthcare wasn't the best. Had another child with
common.
a woman. 19. She dies during childbirth. Neither her nor the child make it out. And that snapped the last bit of morality he had in him, but also, hard set some.
Bless you.
Thank you. So like, he is a fascinating man, because you look at his history and all the different stuff he has. He has a weird code of ethics and honor, and like, he does not, he does mutiny against people, but only against people that treat his men bad. And like, he'll never gang press people that are married men. Because he doesn't want to ever as someone that lost a partner, he never wants to go through that. But he also, has, seized and captured over 100 ships, and,
Holy shit.
in order, his, thought process was, I'm going to command respect, not through terror, because I don't want people arguing. So one thing he did was when he captured a, I forget what the ship was. I know it wasn't the, Merry Christmas. The Merry Christmas was the last ship he had. But, like, one ship he captured, which had a bunch of, like, Spanish soldiers that were rounding up, pirates during that time, he grabbed the captain, cut off the captain's lips, boiled it, and force-fed it to him.
Oh my God.
Dude was fucking sane. But, his piracy ended just eventually because, he was towards the end of the golden age of piracy, right? They were all being rounded up. He never got caught. He stole the Merry Christmas was the name of the ship and fled south with all the gold. Some say he lived in Brazil, until he died peacefully. Fascinating.
Damn. What a way to
fucking
leave a
big
legacy.
dude. Oh yeah. Because imagine capturing 100 ships in your day. That's an insane amount of ships that he
No,
captured.
that's ludicrous.
Several of them he would capture, light on fire, and send back towards the enemy line. That was a lot of his policy, because it was just like, fuck it. Cannonball, tiny metal projectile.
point.
Ship, big wooden projectile.
God damn.
Oh yeah.
What a fucking statement that'd make.
Mm-hmm. He kicked corporate ass and never paid the price, lucky bastard. Oh yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Unfortunately, not so lucky for his crew. A lot of his crew did end up getting captured. By the time he escaped on the Merry Christmas, I think... I'm very upset, by the way. He escaped on that in June. I wish he just escaped on it in December. It would have been so apt. Fucking... He probably only had 30 men with him at that point. So...
Damn.
But yeah, fucking one of these days I'm gonna sit you down. You, me, Borb. We'll just talk pirates if we meet.
Yes, please.
All right. I'm giving the ad break like 20 seconds to wrap up before I move on to the next question.
Yeah.
Undisciplined pirate captains can scatter and lose cohesion in the face of a fire ship attack. Why do you think Nassau failed? Calico Jack was not a good pirate captain. Holy shit. Well, that's a different story. Also, welcome back from the ad breaks. For those who are in it, I hyperfixated for a little bit.
We love to see it.
So, Reina.
Yeah.
Speaking of shames,
Uh-huh.
you're Maple Mouse.
I sure am.
You Canada.
Uh-huh. I Canada.
You Canada.
I can again.
What's your biggest shame as a Canadian citizen?
The
What's
irony that I call myself a maple mouse and I find that flavor so mid.
You don't like maple?
See, that's that response. That's what I don't tell people most of the time. I call myself a maple mouse because of maple leaves. Maple syrup itself is kind of mid to me. Like, it's okay, but like maple candies, like, okay, I'll give you this. Maple fudge fucks. Maple fudge fucks. Maple fudge is fucking delicious. But like maple candies, like maple syrup itself, I don't get the appeal as much as maple cream cookies are fantastic though. You are entitled to your opinion. I don't agree. Because part of it as well is the fact that like a lot of maple cream cookies, they put all of the effort into the cream, so the cookies are incredibly mid to low par, and they're just overblown sugar cookies in the shape of a maple leaf, and then the maple cream is crunchy with how much fucking sugar's in it.
I'm amazed because I only recently, within my 30s, finally had real Canadian maple syrup, and I went, I get it why you all rant about it now, and you're the one
Look,
Canadian
I'm
that's
not
like,
saying it's bad, but
yeah, I know, but like you're the one that's like, it's mid. That's
but yeah, no, that's the thing. For me it's pretty mid. And like there's a thing in Canada. It used to be more popular when I was a kid cuz like you could trust the snow more. But there's a thing called making maple snow candy, which
All
is
right.
where you leave like a little imprint in the snow and you pour maple syrup. Got to be true maple syrup. It can't be corn syrup. It's got to be maple syrup. True maple syrup into a little divot in the snow, and then you stick like a stick in it, like a toothpick or like some variant of thing, and you spin it around so that the maple chills really fast in the snow, and you make like a little almost caramel like candy out of maple.
Mm-hmm.
That's a thing we used to do as kids, and I just didn't see the appeal. It was very boring to me. I was just kind of like, yeah, like it's a core childhood memory and it's a thing, and I'll always say, hey, you should try maple syrup because it's all right. But I don't know if it's like maybe it's a syrup thing for me. I don't know. Like I've tried blueberry syrup. Blueberry syrup fucks, but like maple syrup is kind of like eh. And
What do you
maple
put
in
on your
general as a
pancakes and
flavor.
waffles? I need to
Butter and
know.
whipped cream, maybe fruit. I do occasionally put like, God, what the fuck is like Aunt Jemima syrup?
Mm-hmm.
But like aside from that, I don't like. I'll sometimes put syrup on there. Like I said, it enhances a dish okay, but usually that's just because I think pancakes are kind of meh as well for me. Like pancakes aren't huge for me. I've never been a huge pancake fan. I like waffles, but that's mostly a texture thing. I'm like pancakes are real hit or miss. I have to really be wanting one, and then I'll get maple syrup on it. But like, and like, okay, I'll also say that maple syrup is good for dipping sausages in. That's very good because it's a mix of sweet and savory. But the thing is, like, as a flavor on its own, for me, it's like it has to be with something. I can't just have something maple on its own because it's just kind of boring on its own. It has to be mixed with something. Like dipping, like the reason I like maple is because it goes on a waffle. The reason I like maple syrup is because it goes with my breakfast sausages. I like maple syrup because it makes my pancake feel less sad. but like I don't actually like maple as a flavor on its own, which is why I will never buy maple candies. I will never buy maple like treats. And the thing is, if you go to any airport in Canada, you will always find those fucking lollipops in the shape of a maple leaf that's made out of maple. It's maple candy.
Mm-hmm.
I give it as a gift to people so they can find out what maple tastes like. I never buy one for myself because I don't care.
Fascinating. That's
My love of maple is from maple trees. I love maple trees. I have a wall in my office. Actually, I should take a picture and show you. I have a wall in my office right now that one of the things I wanted to do was I put up a plastic trellis and I interweaved ivy and maple leaf lights into my wall.
oh, that's cute.
So hold on, I'm gonna take a picture. I'm gonna send it to you. And you are welcome to share it on the stream. It's not like it's gonna have anything like damning or like
It's not gonna be
doxing
like
in it.
across the wall. Hi, here's Reina the Mouse's real legal name.
I mostly just had to make sure I didn't have underwear somewhere like in the background. But yeah, because it's right above my daybed, so like, you know, sometimes I lounge lizard under my big wall. Where are you? There you are.
And I'm so sorry.
I cannot sleep. I cannot dream tonight. I need somebody and always. There you go.
Reveal that you're a millennial without saying you're a millennial.
And eating
Oh.
their insides.
That's so cool!
I'm actually
Oh,
really proud of
that's-
that.
Oh, that's so cool. Oh, the fucking Chihuahua right there.
Yeah,
Oh.
I got a Chihuahua. I got a Cheshire cat that I've had since I was like 6. The hamster pillow and the GG pillow were gifts from Throne that people were very sweet and got for me. The Chihuahua was a gift from someone off Throne. The plush donkey is I call him Junior because he reminds me of Eeyore.
Oh. He
I got a
looks
lamb
less
chop up
sad than
there.
Eeyore.
Yeah. He's exceptionally soft.
Ugh. Oh, hi, Stitch.
I got a lot of plushies and I needed nets.
God.
But yeah,
I
my
adore
love
this.
of maple is from maple leaves. I actually think maple as a flavor on its own is really fucking boring.
That's... Alright,
Take
so I
me.
have a follow-up question then, because every, fucking Canadian I know is snooty about it.
Oh, go ahead.
With the exception of Seth. Seth's not snooty about it. What are your thoughts on poutine, then?
It's a really good food, and if you haven't tried it, I recommend it, but it's not my whole personality.
Alright,
I
so
will
I've
say,
seen this
your
so
poutine
many.
should be made with cheese curds, or also known as squeakers. You cannot make it with another kind of cheese, because then it's just not poutine.
So that's where you and Seth disagree, because I have a poutine truck that is close to where I live, and every time I get a Canadian down here, I take them through this truck because I need it to be judged. And I have had a wide swath of judgment from it, from, like, Seth being like, yeah, no, it's really good, they don't use cheese curds, but there's still cheese, and it's got a good pull, and I like it, and it's got a good flavor, all the way to, why do they put scallions into this, and why is it not cheese curds? It's not squeaking.
Okay, I will give you this. There's a fast food company called New York Fries.
Alright.
I actually really like them. And a good half of the stuff that they make doesn't use actual cheese curds. They're just receptacles for which to eat fries.
Mm-hmm.
They're actually really good though, and some of my most favorite ones aren't even the standard poutine ones, despite the fact that they do actually do classic poutine. If you ever this is a call out for anybody if you've ever seen a New York Fries and you've never actually been to one. See if your local New York Fries does the butter chicken poutine. It's so fucking good. Get you a butter chicken poutine. It's fucking delicious. And like, don't get me wrong, adding stuff like green onions or scallions or something like that, totally fair. You can add whatever you want to a poutine, but for me, what makes a poutine is fries. Doesn't matter the shape, they just need to be fries. They can be waffle fries if you want. I don't fucking care. Gravy. I will state your gravy cannot be super watery because then you're just soaking your fries in soup. And that's just a bad time for it. That's your gravy should not be like an au jus. Your fries are not a beef dipper. It's gravy. It should have some consistency. Yes, you can use other kinds of cheese, but it is not an authentic poutine if it doesn't have cheese curds. I will not say that the thing you have created is not a poutine, but I will say it's not an authentic poutine. I will say that.
That I can find that extremely agreeable take. Because at the end of the day, that still means, oh hey, you're respecting it as food, but it's not the tradition.
Yeah, it's not tradition. That doesn't mean it's not fucking delicious.
Exactly.
Are you kidding me? I've had so many different variants of bannock that are not done the native traditional way that is so fucking tasty, but it's still not traditional, but it's still bannock. It's the same as... Yep.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, you first.
I want bannock so bad because I keep my buddy from Alberta keeps talking about him making it. I'm like, I want some already. I want to know.
It's so
I
funny.
fucking love
It's
breads.
just fried bread, but it's important fried bread.
Mm-hmm.
And it's very good.
One of the most... So, obviously, food is culture. That's flatly... Food is culture. Yeah. And bread being such an important food is such an important culture statement, and I wanna... This weird... I wanna eat the culture so I understand it, if that makes any sense at all.
Yeah. Okay, so, Starscav, this is actually, I think, a conversation V and I have had before.
Mm-hmm.
What is the difference between chili and Sloppy Joe? And for me, it's beans. If it's got beans, it's a chili. If it doesn't, it's Sloppy Joe.
Correct.
Yeah, I remember having this conversation with you, and Starscav just fucking ignited it in my brain. But yeah, it's like it's one of those things where, like, you know, like, don't get me wrong, I love poutine just because it's a receptacle of
It's
sauce
comfort
and
food.
cheese on carbs that I can shovel into my face at any velocity and no one will judge me.
Mm-hmm.
And that's great. And that's the thing for me, is like that's just how it is. But like when it comes to cultural foods, like there's less that I am the least passionate about maple, because as much as it's important to my culture and as much as it's a known, recognized thing, like the maple leaf is literally on our fucking flag. Obviously, we have some feelings about it. But as a flavor, and I do need to specify, on its own, as an additive to other things, it's fucking great. On its own? No. I would rather recommend to someone as something on their own. If I wanted to introduce someone to like a candy or like a treat or something like that, on its own and not added to something, I'd actually recommend ice wine.
I don't think I've ever tried ice wine.
Ice wine is coffee crisps. Americans did have coffee crisps for a while, Scrib. And it's very much a Canadian thing. It's like, what if you wanted coffee but in candy bar form, and it's delicious. But ice wine is an incredibly unique method of making wine because the grapes are frozen from the outside chill before harvested. Like they are frozen in, yes, and it is delicious. The closest equivalent flavor I can have for ice wine is it's like a mild blueberry. It's like a mild blueberry flavor. It's very similar in blueberry, but it doesn't have that tartness. It's just this light melody of sweet. And it's faint, and it's refreshing, and it's lovely. You can get ice wine chocolate. If you want to, if you're a tea fan, there is a company, I think it's called Canadian Blends, I can't remember. But they make a tin and they make ice wine tea. It's fucking lovely.
So, real quick, because I was like, I need to Google this bottle to see if I've seen it before. I have. There, in the middle of Massachusetts, there's a gourmet, like, grocery store. Fun enough, it's also the place where the Sky Bar is made.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, and I've seen this bottle there. I hope you know, because I have the day off tomorrow, Raina. You have tempted me to go fly down to it and go grab a bottle.
Treat you to get some ice wine.
Yeah.
Do it. If you have the time and the means, I highly recommend, if you are a wine drinker, buy a nice bottle of, and it does need to be made in Canada. I do need to specify that. Because like the way it's made is specifically Canadian. Try ice wine, and if you can, try it chilled, because it is actually quite lovely chilled. It is a lovely chilled wine.
Will do.
And if you are a fan of hot drinks, Canadian Blend ice wine tea. It is really refreshing. It barely needs any sweetener added to it as well if you're someone who likes a nice dessert tea. I find like adding a little bit of honey and a little bit of milk, and it's perfect. It's like drinking a very refreshing little dessert. It is so good.
You don't need to sell me on wine. Again, my parents are both from the Azores. I'm aggressively Portuguese. I was raised on Madeira wine, so trust me, I'm interested.
Yes, it's considered a sweet wine, and it is one of the few truly Canadian things I'll ever be like, if you get an opportunity, try this thing. Because, like I said, maple is a good additive to things. Like, okay, if you can get like maple toffee in something, fucking lovely. But again, it has to be made a certain way. It has to be mixed with something. It has to be added to something. Maple on its own for me just does not hold any major appeal. I find the maple leaf gorgeous. I find the maple syrup substandard. It is like, it's like the pepper of the sweets world for me.
That I can get.
Yeah.
All right. So, Raina, I do have more questions, but, and I'm not saying this is a bad thing. We yapped a lot, so
we
I
did.
don't think we're not gonna get the time to them, but that's fine. Listen, I'd rather over-prepare questions and then have a moment of like, oh, these got left on the cutting room floor, rather than under-prepare and then be like, so how about them sports? Like, fucking
football, am I right?
It's sports. No, fucking tonight's been a delight. But, we are gonna ask one last question, and, to make my guests feel, not awful about being put in the hot seat, I have informed you, and I'm gonna be informing every other guest forward, I'm more so saying this for chat's sake, that, hey chat, it's my turn to now be in the hot seat. Raina has a question for me, and I told her not to tell me what it was before this. So, Raina, what's something you want me to confess?
So I've been curious about this for a while, because I've seen you go through a few different forms of yourself and finding the you within you as it comes to being a VTuber. Obviously, we've all gone through some variants of changes over the years, whether it is the format in which we choose to present ourselves, or there is a design that maybe we were like particularly fond of, or maybe regretted later down the line. But all of us have always, at some point or another during the time that we've become VTubers and just streamers in general, made a decision and then looking back on it, really wish we hadn't. And actually it's one of those things where you look back on it and you're like, I still get that bad taste in the back of my mouth when I think about the fact that I did the thing. So my question for you, Verendel Voidstar, what do you feel is one of your most personal regrets when it comes to VTubing and making the choice to be a VTuber? What is one thing that you can really look on and go, yeah, that wasn't great?
There are two that immediately come to mind. The one that first came to mind, so I'll go with that one first. I regret going to be a rabbit for a little bit, flatly. There are still good things that
I remember
came of
you and
that.
I talked about that a little.
Yeah. Cause I still, downplayed it for a while afterwards, but no, I'll be flatly honest. And this is gonna be the full version, because I've always downplayed it on stream as well. How do I want to phrase this? Well, bluntly, but, trying to figure out a starting point. So, the angel always spoke to me as me, as what is definitively the definitive article. And, I've always had some sort of fallen angel persona throughout the history of myself on the internet. Verendel is, while yes, we're on the third model for them now, Verendel as a concept has kind of always fucking existed since my early teen years. Whether it be under a different name or just different OCs that shared that concept, it always followed there.
There was a heartbeat underneath it that was Verendel all along
Yeah.
before a form took place.
Correct. The rabbit was done out of 3 reasons. The first one, flatly, so many folks, because I looked at it, and there were other Angel VTubers around, but, demons were far more popular, and something that a lot of folks express is religious trauma. And I'll admit, while obviously you don't just do things for the numbers, because that's a bad thing, I was worrying that me being an angel was becoming off-putting to a lot of new viewers that are coming to check me out, because whether or not they didn't want to look at the angel for one reason or another, whether it's tied to religious trauma, or tied to just not enjoying the aesthetic and being like, well, demons are cooler. I felt disconnected from that, and so I I was trying my hardest, at that time, I was trying my hardest, not for my own approval, but we all go through it in content creation, that imposter syndrome of wanting to feel validated by not just yourself, but by other folks, and feeling like everybody else is appreciating what you're putting out, because ultimately...
You want people to want you in some way.
Yeah, exactly. You want that, even if you're doing it just for the love of the game, as the phrase goes. It's even if you're just doing it as a hobby, not as a business. An artist will make a work of art for the love of doing the work of art, but every art, even the ones that do it for the love of the artistry, would be lying to you if they didn't seek at least some sort of validation, even in the very vaguest sense of someone acknowledging the growth in their work. Because obviously, if you're doing a hobby, you want that, doing something that you love, you want that validation of what you're doing well.
You want to share it.
Exactly. My dad, every time he would cook a meal for the family, he would immediately ask us how we did, not just to get a thanks, Dad, but he legitimately wanted to know if he was improving as a cook. So, I felt the rabbit was a way to express at least something that was still me, because I love sci-fi, I love piracy, I love rabbits, stuff like that. But a way to present it and package it that was a way that I hoped that people would appreciate and enjoy. And I realized immediately, a few months in, that not only did I slip into kind of this groove that I didn't enjoy, but, and so many people had worked on that model as well, and I feel so bad. Both T and Martian have both said there's no hard feelings, but I feel bad for making them put a lot of passion work into something that I ended up not using relatively in the span of this channel, not that long.
Yeah.
And I feel guilty about it, because I feel like I wasn't being true to myself, I wasn't being true to my audience, and I wasted the time of a lot of folks that did a lot of hard work. So I think that is one of my biggest regrets in VTubing, is just
making that decision to
Making
kind of base an opinion off of like what the audience might be able to prefer versus what actually felt right for you.
yeah.
Yeah, that's fair. I can 100% understand that. And especially when you start putting in so much effort and thought into like what it is that you're trying to do. And there's that fear of like, especially like when you're right in the middle of the project and you're like, you're still excited, but you get that seed, that little
Mhm.
seed that sits there and goes, is this actually what I want? But then when everything's done, you're like, well, it's too late. I have to use this. It's so much work will go to waste if I don't use this thing.
Mhm.
And then you feel awful because you feel like you wasted people's time. But personal growth is never wasting someone's time.
Oh yeah. And I felt that seed fine enough shortly between the process of the art getting done, the rigging getting done, and the what made that seed kind of almost explode was I had like a goodbye to the Angel Sona stream right like a
I
day or two
remember.
before.
I saw some of
Yeah,
that.
I after I was done, I just I hit end stream. I got up, I rolled over to my bed, I sobbed. This I've
Oh,
not told anyone. I fucking sobbed for like an hour because I felt like I just, for lack of a better phrase, like I
oh.
killed a part of myself, and I did not feel good about that.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
if I could hug you, if I could hug
th-
you right now, and if you were okay with it.
I would accept the
Um,
hug.
I know that really well because you feel like almost like a level of self-abandonment, and it's like,
Mm-hmm.
and especially like as when you feel like you've put the kibosh on it, and you just feel that, what have I done?
Mm-hmm.
And it sucks.
It really does. I
Yeah.
if I could go back and slap myself, like I don't often regret choices because I've always tried to live by the mentality of I try not to regret decisions I make in the past because I'd rather at least say that I sat there and made a decision than not.
Hmm. Yeah, I get
But
that.
like that is one of the few in my life that I would go back and stop myself because it, ego death is one of the scariest things to me.
Yeah,
One's sense of self is that fucking important.
I get that. I am, if nothing else, if I, for what it's fucking worth, I am very proud of you for actually, like, I am proud of you for trying it, but also I'm even more proud of you for being honest with both yourself and your audience by going, this wasn't right for me, and to do right by me, I need to make a change back.
Mm-hmm.
But, and the other thing as well is, you still were able to come back to a change, but it was a reform of what was you rather than deforming what wasn't you. And that's hard to do sometimes.
Mm-hmm. It was the hardest pill to swallow. Cause it took me months, right? Because I was like, nope, I'm gonna make the rabbit work. I'm gonna make the rabbit work. And I
I
think,
remember you and I talking about stuff about that, like, and I remember it was before you made the decision to bring the angel back,
hmm
and like I asked, like, are you okay? Because I was genuinely worried about you. I could see you weren't enjoying yourself at a certain point, and I need to make this clear to the audience at large here. When I say that like we've done something and we're not enjoying ourselves, it's not because the audience did anything wrong or that you guys didn't love the thing enough.
hmm
It's because we realized we didn't love the thing in the first place. We loved the idea of what it could do.
oh yeah, flatly, like when it comes to content creation, my philosophy has always been that there's two lines, right? There's the line of
Mhm.
what do I enjoy and what does the audience enjoy, and I try to find wherever that crosses over because at the end of the day, that's when you get true magic. Because if you don't enjoy something but the audience does, congratulations, you're gonna phone it in and no one's gonna care. And I say this politely. If I enjoy something and you guys don't, why am I streaming it? Like, don't get me wrong, I'm gonna stream stuff I like, but like, I wanna, the point of streaming, what makes it fun is being able to entertain folks.
Yeah, share it with
So,
the larger mass.
So I try to find those middle grounds, and the rabbit for that entire time, I was just trying to entertain you folks. I wasn't trying to entertain myself. And again, that's not on you guys. It's on me to make sure
Yeah.
I'm doing what I like.
And that's the thing is like there's a difference between denying ourselves something we like because we feel like it won't be good content versus denying ourselves our comfort to make what we think will be something the greater audience will enjoy. Like there were times, especially at the beginning, where I thought about not being a mouse.
So I'm curious, what did you
Hmm.
think about being then?
I thought about being a siren for a while. Like more traditional, like anime-esque design. Like going for like the more like siren-y, like deep creature. Think like, I don't know, Eris from Sinbad.
All right.
That kind of concept. Like still kind of mythical, still something different. The other thought was like, when it comes to furries, even furries, VTubers, you're right. Yeah, for a long time and for even still now, demons and devils tend to be the preferred flavor of religious iconography in form of a VTuber, unless you lean like hard into the paint of like biblically accurate or something, because then at that point you're so far removed from what the standard visage of angel is, then you become almost Cthulhu-esque in or eldritch, and people will lean more into the eldritch side of things of it versus the religious aspect. In furries, there's the fact that there are popular furry designs and popular furry races. Fox, dog/wolf, cats.
Mm-hmm.
3 of the biggest, most popular furry designs on the planet. And you still see it when people make like what's the word for it? The models that you can kind of like customize yourself.
The template models. Also, Coach,
The
don't think I
template
don't.
models that's got like the DIY stuff and stuff like that kind of look.
Mhm.
So a lot of times when they want to add animal ears, cats, dogs, maybe bunnies.
Yep.
And I cannot express how many times I felt sad that I had to use, for some reason, the more popular bear ears because mouse or rodent wasn't even on the table. And it was really hard sometimes because I was like, I felt, oh, and the other thing as well is being, my name is Reina. I am a mouse. People say the R word, like the R lettering in my name,
Mm-hmm.
and immediately think that by rodent I'm a rat. Despite the fact that literally in my name is the species I am.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I do admit one time I called you rat, and I still feel bad about that.
To be fair, I did joke about it with you afterwards, and I was like, I genuinely, I'm not offended you did it by accident. It was me mostly taking the piss. But, it was one of those things where, like, I have a lot of people who see Reina, and then they see rodent, and they immediately call me a rat. And it got to the point where I was getting called a rat so often, I actually banned the word from my chat because I got so frustrated, it made me want to cry. And I just thought, maybe I should just fucking transfer into being a rat because no one can get this right. And then I thought about like, well, what if I did my other character design that I had had for years? Like one of Reina's variations was she was actually a panther.
Really?
Yep. I actually have artwork of her that I drew myself as a teenager. She was an onyx panther because she looked like a standard black cat, but when the light hit her, she had an oil slick of like or not onyx. She had like leopard spots in like rainbow slick on her body.
Dan, me who gets mistaken for a dwarf. Oh, I'm sorry. It's annoying being mistaken for something you're not. That's weird.
Yeah,
God.
no, exactly. Koju, if you want, I'll send you the fucking artwork. I found the art the other day amongst my pile of Yu-Gi-Oh redraws and Inuyasha stuff. But yeah, like I thought about being like a typical like siren, so like maybe like little frilled fins on the ears, but mostly human-esque in design, but that didn't feel right either. And like there's an irony in the fact that there is a change happening to my model in version 2 that wasn't done by choice, but I've grown to love her because I worked on her with Putty. And Putty made the change okay. Because, like, one of the locales in which I work, which I will not bring up, well, I can say Varendell streamed there recently.
Yeah, the blue Twitch.
The Blue Heart. They've recently become very anti-fluff where it's not traditional on humans. So I have to make a change to my new model that I never wanted to make in the first place. And it was really hard to accept for a while because it felt like a part of me suddenly became bannable just for being myself, just for being me. And that really sucked. Because I've always liked non-traditional, like, non-human like designs. I've always been fascinated by that, and I've always leaned towards that because body issues. So I was like, if I can be anything, I want to be a monster, or I want to be a creature of some kind, or whatever the fuck. And that's no shade to anybody that has like a human-esque design. Like, I love Varendell. You look fucking fantastic. You look
Thank
amazing.
you.
Like, genuinely, you're gorgeous. And I'm really, really glad that you've come into this new form of yourself that feels more comfortable because you wear it so well.
Aw. Thanks.
Like, genuinely. And yeah, that was a big thing for me was I was worried I was going to lose some of myself with this change, but thanks to Putty and a lot of hard work and realizing that one of the big things that was my issue with having a human-esque design was the fact that everything that was available at the time, aside from like Fairy Sammy, everyone was a slim anime girl, and I am not a slim anime girl.
I am glad to see more or plus size or body positive models coming out. That always fills my soul with a fucking glee. And this is nothing against tiny anime women, like, you know,
No, no.
If that's your bag, that's your bag. I'm not here to judge, but I feel the more we get other representation, whether it be in theming, size, what have you, within models, I feel the stronger the entirety of the community is.
Yeah. And again, like, it is no shade. If you are happy with something like that being your representation of your online persona or your online visual, fucking full send. Make yourself happy with how you want to make yourself happy. But I've always been a curvy woman. Like, the moment I hit puberty, I didn't really have a choice. I got a lot of hip, and I've gained weight, so I've got them comfort side tummy dinner rolls, and I got like big old baps, and like I'm a chunky bitch, and I'm okay with that. Because the thing is, for me, I don't even care about like I'm currently in the middle of like a workout arc right now, that is nothing to do with being smaller. It's about being stronger.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
it's
I've said it
about
before,
making sure
I'll say
that
it again.
Go ahead.
My ideal body form is redheaded Bowsette.
Hell yeah.
Specifically when she's still kind of bulky, like in that Bowsery fashion where she's still got chonk, but she's got that muscle. She's got that strongman body.
Mm-hmm.
And I love that.
Hold on, I have, well, a slightly exaggerated version. I have an image for this. Hold on, I dive into me and Seth's DMs. Because while I'm searching for it, at the end of the day, it fucking, obviously, plus-size bodies, gorgeous, beautiful, but you always still want the other person to be healthy. It's why whenever I do date someone that is plus size, because I do find that very attractive, I let them know, not my body, not my fucking temple. At the end of the day, if they want to lose all that weight, good on them. If they make choices that are healthy, good on them, because everyone deserves to be happy and healthy.
Yeah, like maintain your temple, but it doesn't have to be a smaller temple.
Yeah. Alright, that's too much. I'm finding too much gay porn right now. I'm not finding the fucking image I was gonna pull up. That's the body type you're talking about. The fucking. You know that one button you have that's like, oh hey, this is the image? Whoop, that Seth's that for me.
Nope, that's entirely fair. That's me and Crimson.
Hell
We share smut just as much as we do like, actual casual conversations with each other. So
Exactly.
but yeah, like I love my big strong women, and I want to be big strong women.
Hell yeah.
Like that's a big thing for me. Like hell, like this kind of body type is what I'm aiming for.
God. Alright. Raina.
What? Yeah.
We've been live for about 4 hours. That's normally the time that I run, and I believe that's all the time we got for tonight.
It was a good time though. I'm glad we did this. Thank
No,
you for inviting me
legitimately.
on.
Again, it's as I was telling chat while you were up on the phone with your mom.
The timing of that was so immaculate.
So
Holy shit.
immaculate.
Yeah, hey mom, I'm just dropping our deep personal secrets online while I'm, hanging out with the homie. What's up? Oh, you don't want me to buy a CD? Too bad.
Fucking God. But no, it's legitimately, it's as I was telling them, when I had thought of the new format that I want to do for the confessional booth, literally, you were the first person that came to mind, because I was like, alright, who can I drag in that I feel not only would be fun to interview, because but I feel would help me get the right feel for how I want to do these going forward, and you were the perfect person for that, and you made tonight an amazing night, really. I'm excited to do more of these, and
I'm excited to watch them.
I appreciate it. And chat, I thank y'all for coming in to hang out and watch. I hope y'all really enjoyed it as much as I enjoyed putting it together. I think, on that note, I am gonna find somewhere to go park all of y'all and throw y'all on out, as it is getting a little late, and I'm a hungry bitch, and I want to go eat dinner. So
me describing my sandwich earlier didn't help.
Exactly. While I'm finding somewhere to go plant everybody, Raina, what you got coming up?
Well, for those who have been around for my shenanigans and have followed my blue sky, y'all know I've been on a little bit of an up and down health hiatus for the last hot bit. I am pleased to say I'm finally over that for the most part. I am getting back to form. So, like this week, Blue Heart shenanigans, Tuesday and Saturdays are coming back, and I'm also doing more Pokemon Ruby this week. I'm doing a bunch of random shit throughout this week. I am in the midst of a re-debut with my design, and I'm getting test models and stuff like that for me to work through, so that's nearly done, thank fuck. But yeah, I am slowly but surely crawling into my next era of not only better health and better mind, but also better me, that you guys can see that will be also a more accurate depiction of me. The fact that, God, I'm so happy I have like my little side tummy rolls on the new model. It's really cute. I really, really like it. But more than anything, this has been a rough year for a lot of us. I have decided to grab what's left of this year by the fucking collar and tell it where we're going. I'm not letting it take me anywhere anymore.
Hell
so yeah.
Yeah.
So if you want to see me be bad at video games and do singing sometimes okay-ish, and try to spend time with my friends. I'd love to see y'all around.
And chat, if you're not already following Reina, please go follow Reina. She's someone that legitimately, I'm glad to be able to not just call a fellow streamer, but a friend, because she's just a big
Genuinely
fucking
same.
sweetheart. Alright. Let me go park y'all on out. Chat, more video games this week. Saturday I have a collab. Alright, there we go. That's what I'm doing.
Remembers to ask me, forgets to tell everyone else, like, oh yeah, by the way, I'm doing these things.
I'm
oops.
doing things. No, for later, we're not live tomorrow. Tomorrow I'm over on Seth's channel. We're going to be playing a little bit more Control. We're currently going to go through the DLC that has Alan Wake in it. Wednesday,
Ooh.
I got Mouse PI. Thursday, I just slapped my chest so hard and hit the fucking wire I unplugged my headphones. Hold on. I can hear
Bro.
again. I'm falling apart. Thursday, I got, more Unbeatable. And then Saturday, I'm gonna be bringing Paige and Squeaky Chiona over onto the stream, and we're gonna be playing through one of my favorite JRPGs of all time, Eternal Sonata.
Ooh.
So on that note, let me raid y'all on out, and it's been a hot moment since I've kicked down Spicy's door. So, I'll park y'all
Let's go.
on over to Spicy. Chat, we got a raid message. It's the Choir Sings. If you have access to my emotes, feel free to use them. If not, feel free to substitute them with your own. Just let the Shaggin know who sent her on over. I hope you all have a wonderful night. Be good. I better see you over on Reina's channel, and I hope to see you all back here Wednesday. Take care. Be good. Mwah. Bye-bye.
Bye.